Hey there, night owls! Tonight we're tackling a story that changed everything: medicine, politics, love, death, and what it means to be human when the world decides you don't matter. The AIDS epidemic. You've heard the basics, sure, but I promise you don't know the half of it. The panic. The science. The heroes nobody talks about. The villains hiding in plain sight. Before we dive into this one, do me a favour. Smash that like button if you're ready for some heavy history, and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from tonight. What corner of the planet are you in right now? I genuinely want to know who's joining me for this. Alright, dim the lights, get comfortable, maybe grab some water because this is going to be a long night. We're about to trace a virus from its mysterious first appearance to a global catastrophe that killed millions while governments looked the other way. It's tragic, it's infuriating, and somehow it's also a story of incredible human resilience. Let's begin. The year was 1981, and if you had asked the average American what they were worried about, you would have gotten a pretty predictable list. The economy, naturally, because inflation was doing its best impression of a rocket ship. The Cold War, obviously, because nothing says restful sleep quite like mutually assured destruction. Maybe they'd mention the hostages in Iran, or complain about gas prices, or wonder if that new president from California knew what he was doing. What absolutely nobody was worried about, what didn't even register as a blip on anyone's radar, was a handful of young men in Los Angeles who had started developing a peculiar cough. These weren't elderly men with decades of cigarette smoke in their lungs. These weren't coal miners or factory workers exposed to industrial hazards. These were young, previously healthy men in their 20s and 30s, and they were developing a type of pneumonia that doctors had rarely seen outside of textbooks. The condition was called pneumocystis carinii pneumonia, or PCP, which sounds rather benign until you realize it's the kind of infection that only shows up when your immune system has essentially packed its bags and left town. Under normal circumstances, the human body swats away this particular fungus without breaking a sweat. Your immune system handles it the way you handle that one annoying fly buzzing around your kitchen. Mildly irritating, but ultimately inconsequential. But these men, these young and otherwise healthy men, were developing full-blown pneumonia from an organism their bodies should have easily defeated. Dr. Michael Gottlieb was one of the first to notice something was deeply wrong. He was an immunologist at UCLA Medical Center, which meant he spent his days thinking about the incredibly complex machinery of the human immune system. And in early 1981, he started seeing cases that made absolutely no sense. Here was a young man, barely 30 years old, with no history of illness, no obvious risk factors, and yet his immune system appeared to be in complete collapse. His T cells, those crucial soldiers of the immune response, were vanishingly rare. It was as if his body had forgotten how to defend itself, like a castle whose guards had mysteriously vanished overnight, leaving the gates wide open for any invader to waltz right in. Gottlieb wasn't the type to ignore something that didn't fit the textbook. He started asking questions, making calls, comparing notes with other physicians. And that's when the picture started getting stranger. Because it wasn't just one patient. Within a few months, he had identified 5 men with the same bizarre presentation. All young, all previously healthy, all gay, and all with immune systems that seemed to have simply stopped working. 5 cases might not sound like a lot, but in medicine, when you see the same inexplicable pattern 5 times in rapid succession, alarm bells start ringing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the country, New York City was seeing its own medical mystery unfold. Dermatologists there were noticing an unusual uptick in cases of Kaposi's sarcoma, a rare skin cancer that typically appeared in elderly men of Mediterranean or Jewish descent. The cancer would show up as purple or brown lesions on the skin, and while it was serious, it usually progressed slowly over many years. But these new cases were different. These were young men, again in their 20s and 30s, and the cancer was aggressive, spreading rapidly, refusing to respond to treatment. And just like in Los Angeles, these patients were gay men who, until recently, had been perfectly healthy. The timing of these discoveries was, in a word, terrible. Not just because people were dying from mysterious ailments, but because the medical establishment in 1981 wasn't exactly set up for rapid information sharing. There were no emails, no instant messaging, no social media where doctors could quickly compare notes. Information travelled through phone calls, letters, and medical journals that published on schedules measured in months, not hours. So while doctors in Los Angeles were scratching their heads over pneumonia cases, and doctors in New York were puzzling over cancer cases, it took time, precious, irreplaceable time, for anyone to realize these might be connected. But connect they eventually did, and what they found was deeply disturbing. On June 5, 1981, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention published a brief report in their Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report. This wasn't a flashy announcement or a press conference. The MMWR was essentially the CDC's way of sharing interesting medical cases with the broader medical community, sort of like a newsletter for disease nerds. The report described 5 cases of pneumocystis pneumonia in young gay men in Los Angeles, noted that all 5 had other unusual infections, and mentioned that 2 of them had already died. The tone was measured, clinical, almost casual, but buried in that dry medical language was the first official acknowledgement of what would become the worst epidemic of the 20th century. A month later, on July 3rd, the New York Times ran a small article with the headline, "Rare Cancer Seen in 41 Homosexuals." The article mentioned the Kaposi's sarcoma cases and noted that doctors were puzzled by this sudden cluster of rare diseases. It wasn't front-page news. It wasn't even close to front-page news. The article was buried deep in the paper, just 300 words long, the kind of story most readers probably skipped over on their way to the sports section. After all, this seemed to be a problem affecting a small, specific population. Surely it wasn't something the average person needed to worry about. This reaction, or rather this lack of reaction, would prove to be catastrophically short-sighted. But we'll get to that. For now, let's stay in 1981, when doctors were still trying to figure out what they were even dealing with. The cases kept coming. Los Angeles, New York, San Francisco, the 3 cities with the largest gay communities in America, began reporting more and more cases of these strange opportunistic infections. And opportunistic is really the perfect word here, because these were infections that only struck when opportunity presented itself. When the immune system was functioning normally, these pathogens didn't stand a chance. But when the immune system was compromised, when it was weakened or absent, these normally harmless organisms became deadly killers. It was like leaving your front door wide open in a neighborhood full of burglars. The vulnerabilities that hadn't mattered before suddenly became fatal. Doctors began compiling lists of these opportunistic infections, and the list grew disturbingly long. There was the pneumocystis pneumonia, of course. There was the Kaposi's sarcoma, but there was also toxoplasmosis, a parasitic infection that can cause brain lesions. There was cytomegalovirus, which could cause blindness. There was candidiasis, a fungal infection that could spread through the mouth and throat. There was cryptosporidiosis, a parasitic disease that caused unrelenting diarrhea. Each of these infections, on its own, was rare and typically only seen in people with severely compromised immune systems, like organ transplant recipients on immunosuppressive drugs, or patients undergoing chemotherapy. But here were young men with no such medical history, developing multiple infections simultaneously, their bodies unable to fight off even the most basic threats. The medical community started calling this collection of symptoms gay cancer, or gay plague, in informal conversations, which gives you a sense of how the condition was being perceived. It wasn't just a disease, it was being associated with identity, with lifestyle, with choices. And this association would have profound and devastating consequences for how the epidemic was handled, or rather, not handled. By the end of 1981, there were 270 reported cases of severe immune deficiency among gay men, and 121 of them had already died. That's a mortality rate of nearly 45%, which should have been setting off every possible alarm. For comparison, the mortality rate for seasonal flu is typically less than 0.1%. Even the feared 1918 Spanish flu pandemic had a mortality rate of about 2.5%. This new condition, whatever it was killing nearly half of everyone it infected, and it was doing so with terrifying efficiency. But here's where the story takes a turn that, looking back with the benefit of hindsight, seems almost criminally negligent. Because despite these terrifying numbers, the response from the government, from public health authorities, from the medical establishment at large, was muted at best. Funding for research trickled in slowly. Public awareness campaigns were non-existent. The attitude seemed to be that this was a problem for those people, gay men, drug users, people on the margins of society. It wasn't something that would affect normal Americans. This attitude was, of course, not just morally reprehensible, but also scientifically absurd. Viruses don't check your sexual orientation before infecting you. Diseases don't consult your lifestyle choices before attacking your cells. But in 1981, with the Reagan administration newly installed and the religious right gaining political power, there was a sense among many in positions of authority that this epidemic was somehow divine retribution, a punishment for immoral behavior. It sounds medieval, doesn't it? like something out of the Dark Ages when people thought disease was caused by bad smells or divine displeasure. And yet, here we were in the late 20th century with all our modern medical knowledge, and people were still looking at a deadly epidemic through the lens of moral judgment. Dr. James Curran at the CDC was one of the few government officials who recognised the gravity of the situation early on. He established a task force to investigate the outbreak, working with the limited resources available. And those resources were, to put it mildly, inadequate. The task force operated on a shoestring budget, with staff members sometimes using their own money to purchase supplies. They worked long hours, tracked down patients, conducted interviews, and tried to piece together the epidemiological puzzle. It was like trying to solve a murder mystery with a magnifying glass and a notebook while the bodies kept piling up. One of their early breakthroughs came from a controversial study that would later become known as the cluster study, or the lay cluster. Investigators noticed that many of the early cases in Los Angeles and New York were sexually connected. Patients had had sexual contact with each other, directly or through intermediaries. This wasn't just important for understanding the transmission, it was crucial evidence that they were dealing with an infectious agent, something that could be passed from person to person. This wasn't a genetic disorder or an environmental toxin or some fluke of nature. This was a communicable disease, and it was spreading through intimate contact. The implications of this finding were enormous. If this was indeed an infectious disease spreading through sexual contact, then it could potentially spread to anyone, regardless of sexual orientation. The gay community wasn't uniquely susceptible because of anything inherent to being gay. They were being hit first and hardest because of patterns of sexual behaviour, and because the disease had happened to enter their community first. This was a critical distinction, but it was one that many people, including many in positions of power, failed to grasp or chose to ignore. By 1982, the cases were no longer confined to gay men. Reports started coming in of women who had the same immune deficiency, of heterosexual men, of intravenous drug users, of haemophiliacs who received blood transfusions. Each new population affected should have been a wake-up call. Each new group of victims should have shattered the myth that this was a gay disease. But stigma is a powerful thing, and once a disease becomes associated with a marginalized group, that association is incredibly difficult to shake. The haemophiliac cases were particularly alarming because they pointed to blood-borne transmission. Hemophiliacs, people whose blood doesn't clot properly, required regular infusions of clotting factor, a product derived from pooled human blood donations. If haemophiliacs were getting infected, that meant the blood supply itself was contaminated. This was no longer just about sexual behaviour. This was about a virus that could lurk in donated blood, that could be transmitted through medical procedures that were supposed to save lives, not end them. The response from blood banks and pharmaceutical companies was, unfortunately, defensive rather than proactive. Acknowledging that the blood supply might be contaminated would mean massive financial losses, recalls of blood products, and potential lawsuits. So instead of acting immediately to protect patients, many organisations downplayed the risk, questioned the evidence, and dragged their feet on implementing safety measures. Meanwhile, thousands of haemophiliacs were receiving contaminated blood products, unknowingly becoming infected with a virus that would eventually kill them. This is one of those moments in history where you want to reach back through time and shake people. The evidence was there. The pattern was clear. And yet, because of financial considerations, because of institutional inertia, because of the mistaken belief that this disease couldn't possibly affect innocent populations like haemophiliacs, thousands of lives that could have been saved were lost. It's a pattern we'll see repeatedly throughout this story, the deadly cost of denial, stigma, and institutional sluggishness. But let's return to the medical detectives who were actually trying to understand what they were dealing with. By mid-1982, it was clear that the disease needed a proper name. Gay cancer and gay plague were not only stigmatizing but also medically inaccurate. The condition wasn't cancer, and it wasn't a plague in the traditional sense. GRID, gay-related immune deficiency, was proposed by some researchers, but this too was problematic because the disease was clearly not limited to gay men. Using such a name would be scientifically misleading and would further entrench the dangerous misconception that heterosexuals had nothing to worry about. In September 1982, the CDC finally settled on a name, Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome, or AIDS. Each word was carefully chosen. Acquired, because the condition wasn't inherited but developed after exposure to something. Immune deficiency, because the hallmark of the disease was the destruction of the immune system. Syndrome, because it wasn't a single disease but a collection of opportunistic infections and cancers that occurred when the immune system collapsed. The new name was a significant improvement in many ways. It was medically accurate, descriptive, and didn't explicitly tie the disease to any particular group. But in another way, the name change came too late. The association between AIDS and gay men had already been firmly established in the public consciousness. The stigma had taken root, and would prove incredibly difficult to uproot, even as the disease spread to every corner of society. With a proper name now in place, the medical community could more effectively study and communicate about the syndrome. But what they learned was sobering. AIDS cases were doubling every 6 months. By the end of 1982, there were 771 reported cases in the United States, and 618 of those patients had died. That's a mortality rate pushing 80%, an almost unsurvivable condition. For context, even cancer, that most feared of diseases, didn't have mortality rates that high across the board. AIDS was killing nearly everyone it infected, and doctors had absolutely no idea how to stop it. The geographic spread was equally alarming. While the initial cases were concentrated in major coastal cities, AIDS was now appearing in smaller cities, in suburban areas, in rural communities. It was spreading inexorably across the map, indifferent to state lines or municipal boundaries. And because the incubation period appeared to be quite long, months or even years between infection and the appearance of symptoms, every diagnosed case represented just the tip of the iceberg. For every person visibly sick with AIDS, there were potentially dozens more who were infected but didn't yet know it, who were unwittingly spreading the virus to others. The gay community, which bore the initial brunt of the epidemic, began organizing in response. In New York, activists founded the Gay Men's Health Crisis, or GMHC, in 1982. This organization, created entirely by volunteers, provided support services for people with AIDS at a time when few other organizations would touch them. They set up hotlines, created educational materials, offered legal assistance, and provided emotional support for patients who were often abandoned by their families and shunned by society. The formation of GMHC marked the beginning of a community response that would eventually grow into a powerful movement. But in those early days, they were fighting an uphill battle. They were working against not just a deadly virus, but also against fear, ignorance, and discrimination. People with AIDS were being fired from their jobs, evicted from their apartments, rejected by their families, and denied medical care. Some healthcare workers refused to treat AIDS patients. Some funeral homes refused to handle their bodies. The disease had become so associated with moral judgment that the victims were being blamed for their own illness. And still, the federal government remained largely silent. President Reagan didn't publicly mention AIDS until 1985, 4 years after the first cases were identified and after thousands of Americans had already died. The silence from the top sent a clear message. This epidemic wasn't a priority. This attitude filtered down through government agencies, affecting funding decisions, research priorities, and public health messaging. While communities organized and activists shouted for attention, the official response remained muted. Let's pause here for a moment and really think about what that silence meant. Imagine you're living through 1982, 1983, 1984. You're watching friends get sick and die. You're seeing purple lesions appear on skin, watching bodies waste away, attending funeral after funeral. You're terrified that you might be next, and when you look to your government, to your elected officials, to the people whose job it is to protect public health, you hear nothing. No reassurance. No plan. No resources. Just silence. The silence was deafening and it was deadly. But let's continue with the science, because even as politicians ignored the crisis, researchers were making progress. By 1983, the hunt was on for the causative agent. If AIDS was an infectious disease, then something had to be causing it. A bacteria, a virus, a fungus, something. And figuring out what that something was became the holy grail of AIDS research. 2 laboratories were at the forefront of this hunt. In France, Dr. Luc Montagnier and his team at the Pasteur Institute were examining lymph node tissue from AIDS patients. In the United States, Dr. Robert Gallo at the National Cancer Institute was working on the hypothesis that AIDS might be caused by a retrovirus, a type of virus that inserts itself into the host's DNA. In 1983, Montagnier's team isolated a virus from the lymph node of an AIDS patient. They called it LAV for lymphadenopathy-associated virus. They published their findings in May 1983, describing a new retrovirus that they believed might be the cause of AIDS. But the paper was cautious, and the findings weren't immediately accepted by the broader scientific community. A year later, in 1984, Gallo's team announced that they had identified the virus that caused AIDS, which they called HTLV-3. Gallo held a press conference with the US Secretary of Health and Human Services, who famously declared that they would have a vaccine ready within 2 years. That prediction would prove spectacularly wrong, but in the moment it seemed like a breakthrough. What followed was a messy and at times bitter dispute between the French and American teams over who had actually discovered the virus first. The scientific details are complicated, involving questions of who isolated what and when, but the bottom line is that both teams had identified the same virus, which was eventually given the neutral name HIV, Human Immunodeficiency Virus, in 1986. The controversy would drag on for years, involving lawsuits, diplomatic negotiations, and eventual agreements to share credit and royalties. It's a reminder that even in the midst of a global health crisis, institutional politics and national pride can complicate scientific progress. But regardless of who gets credit for the discovery, the identification of HIV was a crucial turning point. Finally, researchers knew what they were fighting. They could develop tests to detect the virus in blood, which meant they could screen the blood supply and identify infected individuals. They could study the virus's structure and replication cycle, looking for vulnerabilities to exploit. They could begin the long process of developing treatments and hopefully a vaccine. The first blood test for HIV became available in 1985, and its impact was immediate. Blood banks could now screen donations, drastically reducing the risk of transfusion-related infections. This was life-saving for haemophiliacs and others who required blood products. But the test also brought new challenges. Now people could find out if they were infected, and in the absence of any effective treatment, many wondered if they even wanted to know. What was the point of learning you had a death sentence if nothing could be done about it? This question of testing became incredibly fraught. On one hand, knowing your status could help you protect others from infection and make informed decisions about your health. On the other hand, a positive test result in 1985 was essentially a death sentence, with no treatment available and massive social stigma attached. People lost their jobs, their housing, their families after being diagnosed. The test was a tool for public health, but it was also a potential weapon of discrimination. And the discrimination was very real. As AIDS awareness grew, so did fear and prejudice. In some communities, children with AIDS were banned from attending school. The most famous case was that of Ryan White, a teenager from Indiana who had contracted HIV through contaminated blood products for his haemophilia. When his diagnosis became known in 1984, his school barred him from attending. Parents threatened to pull their children from the school if Ryan was allowed to return. His family received death threats. Their car tires were slashed, and someone even fired a bullet through their living room window. Ryan White's case became national news and highlighted the irrational fear surrounding AIDS. Here was a child, innocent by any definition, who had done nothing wrong except receive medical treatment for a pre-existing condition. And yet he was being treated as if he were a danger, a pariah, someone to be feared and shunned. The White family's struggle, which would eventually include a lawsuit and a school transfer, helped put a sympathetic face on the AIDS crisis for many Americans who had previously dismissed it as a problem for those people. But Ryan White was just one story among thousands, and not everyone received sympathetic coverage. For many gay men with AIDS, the experience was one of isolation and rejection. Families who had already struggled with accepting their gay sons found the AIDS diagnosis to be the final straw. Young men died alone in hospital rooms, their families refusing to visit. Partners of decades were sometimes barred from hospital rooms because they weren't family. The epidemic laid bare not just the failures of the healthcare system, but also the deep prejudices of American society. Throughout 1985 and 1986, the death toll continued to climb. The initial cases from 1981 had been shocking, but now the numbers were staggering. By 1987, over 40,000 cases of AIDS had been reported in the United States, and over half of those patients had died. Globally, the numbers were even more alarming as the disease spread to every continent. AIDS wasn't just an American problem, it was a global pandemic in the making. The medical community was racing to understand the virus and develop treatments, but progress was frustratingly slow. HIV proved to be a formidable enemy. The virus mutated rapidly, which meant it could quickly develop resistance to drugs. It attacked the very cells that were supposed to fight infections, turning the immune system against itself. And because the virus could lie dormant in cells for years before causing symptoms, it was incredibly difficult to eliminate completely from the body. The first treatment to receive FDA approval was AZT, or azithromycin, which was approved in 1987. AZT worked by interfering with the virus's ability to replicate. In clinical trials, patients who received AZT survived longer than those who received a placebo. It was a breakthrough, but a deeply flawed one. AZT was incredibly toxic, causing severe anemia and other side effects that many patients couldn't tolerate. And the dosing recommendations at the time were extremely high, exacerbating these side effects. Many patients described taking AZT as choosing between dying from AIDS and dying from the treatment. Moreover, AZT was expensive, approximately $10,000 per year per patient, making it one of the most expensive drugs ever marketed at the time. For many people with AIDS, especially those who had lost their jobs and health insurance due to their illness, the drug was simply unaffordable. And even for those who could access it, AZT alone wasn't a cure. The virus eventually developed resistance, and the disease continued to progress, just more slowly. The limitations of AZT highlighted the urgent need for better treatments, but drug development is a painfully slow process. Clinical trials, safety testing, and FDA approval can take years, even decades. And in the meantime, people were dying. This disconnect between the urgency of the crisis and the glacial pace of pharmaceutical development would become a central tension in the AIDS story, fueling activist movements that would fundamentally change how we think about drug approval and patient advocacy. By the late 1980s, the AIDS crisis had evolved from a mysterious medical anomaly into a full-blown social and political crisis. The disease had touched every segment of society. It had killed rock stars and actors, athletes and politicians, rich and poor, gay and straight. And yet the stigma persisted. AIDS continued to be associated with moral failure, with deviant behavior, with others. This stigma wasn't just cruel, it was counterproductive to public health efforts. If people were afraid to get tested because of the social consequences, if they were reluctant to seek treatment, if they hid their diagnosis rather than alerting sexual partners, then the virus would continue to spread unchecked. Public health campaigns struggled to balance the need for honest information with the prevailing moral attitudes of the time. Early educational materials about AIDS were often vague or evasive, talking about exchange of bodily fluids without specifying exactly what that meant. The C. Everett Koop, the US. Surgeon General under Reagan broke with the administration's silence by releasing a straightforward report on AIDS in 1986 that emphasized education and condom use. The report was mailed to every household in America, the first such mass mailing in US. History. For many Americans, it was their first accurate information about how AIDS was transmitted and how to protect themselves. But the report also generated backlash from conservative groups who felt that talking openly about sex and condoms was inappropriate and would encourage immoral behavior. This tension between public health imperatives and moral sensibilities would continue to hamper the AIDS response for years to come. Every attempt to provide honest, life-saving information was met with resistance from those who believed that the best prevention was abstinence and moral rectitude. As we reached the end of the 1980s, the AIDS landscape was grim. Over 80,000 cases had been reported in the United States alone, with similar explosions happening globally. The virus had been identified, yes, and tests were available, but treatments were limited and largely ineffective. The death toll continued to mount. Communities were devastated, entire social networks hollowed out by loss. And while awareness had grown, so had stigma and discrimination. But within this darkness, there were also sparks of resistance. The gay community, galvanized by loss and outraged by government inaction, was organizing like never before. Groups like ACT UP, AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power were forming, employing confrontational tactics to demand attention and action. The slogan, "Silence or Death," became a rallying cry, encapsulating the deadly cost of ignoring the epidemic. Looking back at those first years of the AIDS crisis, from 1981 to the end of the decade, we see a cascade of failures mixed with heroic efforts. The medical establishment initially missed the significance of those first cases, then struggled to understand and respond to a novel virus. The government failed to mobilize resources or public awareness at a time when early intervention might have saved thousands of lives. Society failed people with AIDS through stigma and discrimination, treating them as pariahs rather than patients. And yet, individual researchers worked tirelessly to understand the virus. Community organizations formed to provide care and support. Activists risked arrest to demand action. The story of AIDS in the 1980s is one of loss of life, loss of opportunity, loss of time. But it's also a story of resilience, of communities coming together in the face of abandonment, of ordinary people becoming activists because they had no other choice. The first chapter of the AIDS epidemic taught us painful lessons about the cost of stigma, the danger of silence, and the importance of responding to health crises with science rather than moral judgment. As we move forward in this story, we'll see how the epidemic evolved, how treatments improved, how activism changed policy, and how eventually AIDS transformed from a death sentence into a manageable chronic condition for many. But those later triumphs were built on the suffering of those early years, on the bodies of those who died without access to treatment, on the courage of those who spoke out when speaking out was dangerous. The silent beginning wasn't silent for everyone. For those who were sick and dying, for those who loved them, for those who cared for them, the beginning was anything but quiet. It was filled with fear, with grief, with anger, with desperate hope. And as the decade wore on, that anger would find its voice, that grief would fuel activism, and that hope would drive scientific breakthroughs that seemed impossible in those dark early days. But in 1981, as Dr. Michael Gottlieb puzzled over those first cases in Los Angeles, as the CDC published its brief report that almost nobody read, as the New York Times buried the story in the back pages, nobody could have predicted the magnitude of what was to come. Nobody imagined that this mysterious condition affecting a handful of gay men would become a global pandemic killing millions. Nobody foresaw that this disease would reshape society, challenge governments, revolutionize drug development, and become one of the defining crises of our time. Sometimes the most consequential moments in history arrive not with fanfare but with whispers. The AIDS epidemic began not with a bang but with a peculiar cough, with unusual spots on skin, with doctors scratching their heads at symptoms that didn't make sense. By the time the world understood what was happening, the virus had already established itself, spreading silently through populations, carrying its deadly payload from person to person, community to community, country to country. The evolution from those first mysterious cases to the global AIDS crisis was not inevitable. Different choices at crucial moments could have changed the trajectory. Faster government response could have slowed transmission. Less stigma could have encouraged testing and treatment. More research funding could have accelerated drug development. But those choices weren't made, and as a result we got the epidemic we got. One characterized as much by social failures as by viral biology. Understanding these early years isn't just an exercise in historical curiosity. It's essential context for understanding how we got here and how we respond to future health crises. The lessons of AIDS, about the importance of rapid response, the danger of stigma, the power of community organizing, the necessity of viewing public health through a scientific rather than moral lens, these lessons remain relevant today. Every time a new infectious disease emerges, we face the same questions that AIDS posed in 1981. Will we respond quickly enough? Will we protect vulnerable populations? Will we let fear and stigma drive policy, or will we follow the science? The AIDS epidemic forced us to confront these questions, and our initial answers were often wrong. But out of those mistakes, out of that suffering, emerged a new understanding of infectious disease, a new model of patient advocacy, and eventually a new hope that even the most devastating epidemic can be controlled, if not eliminated. As we continue through this story, keep in mind those first quiet years, when the catastrophe was beginning but few were paying attention. Remember the young men who got sick and died with no understanding of what was killing them. Remember the doctors who sounded alarms that went unheard. Remember the activists who transformed grief into action. Remember the researchers who worked against the clock to understand an enemy they could barely see. The AIDS epidemic is a story of science and politics, of medicine and morality, of individual tragedy and collective failure. It's a story that's still unfolding, with new chapters being written even today. But every story has a beginning, and the AIDS story began with those first mysterious cases in 1981, in hospital rooms in Los Angeles and New York, where young men developed unusual infections that their bodies couldn't fight, and where a virus that would change the world first made its presence known. What happened next, as the 1980s gave way to the 1990s and beyond, is a story of scientific breakthroughs, activist triumphs, devastating global spread, and eventually cautious hope. But all of that was built on the foundation of those early years, when the silent beginning of a catastrophe was met with too much silence from those who had the power to act. The evolution from gay cancer to AIDS, from GRID to HIV, from mystery to understanding, was a journey of naming, of defining, of coming to terms with the new reality. And with each new name came new understanding, but also new challenges, new stigmas, and new battles to fight. The name mattered because names shape perception, and perception shapes response. Calling it AIDS instead of GRID was more than just medical accuracy. It was an acknowledgement that this disease belonged to everyone, that it was humanity's problem to solve. As we close this chapter on the early AIDS years, we carry forward the weight of those lost and the lessons learned. The story continues, and there's much more to tell about treatments and activism, about global spread and community resilience, about the long journey from death sentence to chronic condition. But none of that makes sense without understanding these early years, when a virus invaded, when stigma reigned, and when the world was forced to confront an epidemic that would test the very fabric of our societies. The next chapters will bring us through the height of the crisis, the development of treatments, the activist movements that changed everything, and the eventual transformation of AIDS from certain death to manageable condition. But those stories are built on the foundation of 1981 to the late 1980s, when the seeds of both disaster and hope were planted in equal measure. For now, rest with the knowledge that even in the darkest chapters of the AIDS story, there were those who fought back against the virus and against the indifference that allowed it to spread. Their courage, their suffering, their determination would eventually bear fruit, though the cost was higher than anyone should have had to pay. The silent beginning was deafening to those who lived through it. May we honour their memory by learning from their experience, by refusing to let future epidemics be met with similar silence, and by remembering that behind every statistic was a human life, worthy of dignity, care, and remembrance. And so, the story continues, from these shadowed beginnings into the complicated middle chapters where crisis deepens but so does resistance, where death tolls mount but so does hope, where a world slowly wakes up to a threat it should have recognised from the start. But that, my friends, is a story for the next chapter. For now, let these early years settle in your mind with all their tragedy and all their lessons. The AIDS epidemic didn't have to unfold the way it did. Different choices could have written a different story. But this is the story we got, and understanding it fully means sitting with both the suffering and the resilience, the failures and the heroism, the silence and the voices that refuse to be silenced. Rest easy, knowing that while the beginning was dark, the story doesn't end there. There are chapters of hope still to come, of treatments that work, of lives saved, of a virus that was not defeated but was brought to heal. The journey from 1981 to today is long and winding, filled with setbacks and breakthroughs, with grief and celebration. But every journey starts somewhere, and the AIDS journey started with a cough that wouldn't go away, with purple spots that shouldn't have appeared, with an immune system that mysteriously collapsed, with doctors who noticed something was terribly wrong, and with the courage of those first patients, those first doctors, those first activists who refused to let a deadly virus spread in darkness. Their courage lit the way for everything that followed, and for that they deserve our remembrance and our gratitude. Now, if you thought the story of AIDS couldn't get any more tragic than young men dying from mysterious infections while the government looked the other way, well, prepare yourself. Because we're about to enter one of the most infuriating chapters of this epidemic, the contamination of the blood supply and the pharmaceutical industry's response, which can charitably be described as profit over people and less charitably described as criminal negligence. This is also the chapter where we'll see brilliant scientists racing to identify the virus, which sounds heroic until you realise they spent as much time fighting each other as they did fighting the disease. Science, unfortunately, doesn't always happen in a vacuum of pure intellectual pursuit. Sometimes it happens in a swamp of ego, nationalism, and patent disputes. Let's start with the blood supply crisis, because this is where the AIDS epidemic stopped being something that happened to those people and became something that could happen to absolutely anyone, including newborn babies, children with genetic disorders, and people undergoing routine surgery. The blood supply was supposed to be safe. That was the whole point. You donate blood to help others, and when you need blood, you receive it with the reasonable expectation that it won't kill you. This social contract, which seems rather fundamental to the whole enterprise of modern medicine, was about to be shattered. To understand how this happened, you need to understand how blood products were made in the early 1980s. Hemophiliacs, people whose blood doesn't clot properly due to a missing clotting factor, required regular infusions of this clotting factor to prevent them from bleeding uncontrollably. A simple cut or bruise that you or I wouldn't think twice about could be life-threatening for a hemophiliac. The treatment was factorate concentrate, a product derived from human blood plasma. And here's where the math gets terrifying. Each batch of Factor VIII was made by pooling plasma from thousands of different donors. We're talking anywhere from 10,000 to 20,000 individual donations going into a single batch. If even one of those donations was contaminated with HIV, the entire batch was contaminated, and everyone who received that batch was exposed to the virus. This pooling method made economic sense. It was efficient, cost-effective, and allowed pharmaceutical companies to produce large quantities of Factor VIII to meet demand. What it was not, unfortunately, was safe during a time when a deadly blood-borne virus was silently spreading through the population. But nobody knew that in the late 1970s when these practices were established. The problem is that by 1982, people did know, or at least strongly suspected, and the practices continued anyway. The first warnings came early. As early as 1982, the CDC was reporting cases of AIDS among haemophiliacs who had no other risk factors. These weren't gay men. These weren't intravenous drug users. These were people, including children, whose only exposure risk was receiving blood products for their medical condition. The implications were clear to anyone willing to see them. HIV was in the blood supply, and it was being transmitted through medical procedures. You might think this would have prompted immediate action. After all, if you discover that your product might be killing people, wouldn't you stop selling it immediately and figure out how to make it safe? In a rational world where human life is valued above profits, yes, absolutely. But we don't live in that world, and in the early 1980s we were even further from it than we are today. The response from blood banks and pharmaceutical companies was not swift action, but rather a masterclass in denial, delay, and deflection. The American Red Cross, which supplied about half of all blood in the United States, was slow to acknowledge the problem. Blood bank officials argued that the evidence wasn't conclusive enough to warrant drastic measures. They worried about blood shortages if they implemented screening procedures. They fretted about the cost of testing. They suggested that perhaps these haemophiliac cases had other explanations. Never mind that the evidence was staring them in the face. Never mind that each day of delay potentially meant more infections. The institutional priority seemed to be protecting the system rather than the people the system was supposed to serve. The pharmaceutical companies that produced Factor VIII were, if anything, even worse. Companies like Bayer, Baxter, and others knew that their products might be contaminated. They knew that heating the plasma could potentially kill the virus and make the products safer. They knew that screening donors could reduce the risk. But implementing these measures would be expensive, would reduce supply, would affect profits. So they dragged their feet, continuing to sell products they knew might be deadly. And here's where it gets truly unconscionable. When these companies finally did start producing heat-treated Factor VIII for the American market, they didn't recall the old, potentially contaminated products. They continued selling them, and when the US market finally did switch to safer products, these companies took their old, unheated inventory and sold it overseas, primarily to developing countries in Asia and Latin America, where regulations were less stringent. They literally exported death to maximize their bottom line. Thousands of haemophiliacs in countries like Japan, France, and throughout the developing world were infected with HIV because pharmaceutical companies decided that discarding contaminated inventory was too expensive. In Japan, the scandal became known as the Yakugai AIDS, or AIDS drug disaster, and it resulted in thousands of infections among haemophiliacs. In France, the contaminated blood scandal led to criminal charges against government health officials. In the United States, lawsuits dragged on for years, with companies eventually paying settlements while admitting no wrongdoing. The financial settlements, while substantial, could never compensate for the lives lost, the families destroyed, the children who would never grow up. The story of Ryan White, which we touched on earlier, fits into this chapter. Ryan was a teenager from Kokomo, Indiana, who had haemophilia and contracted HIV from contaminated Factor VIII in December 1984. His story became nationally known not because he was the first haemophiliac to be infected, he was far from it, but because of the discrimination he faced when his diagnosis became known. His school barred him from attending, citing fears that he would infect other students. Never mind that by 1985 it was well established that HIV couldn't be transmitted through casual contact. Fear and ignorance overrode science. The White family's fight to get Ryan back into school became a national story, highlighting both the irrational fear surrounding AIDS and the human cost of the blood supply contamination. Ryan became an unlikely activist, speaking out about AIDS discrimination, testifying before Congress, and putting a sympathetic face on the epidemic. He died in 1990, just before his high school graduation, but his legacy lived on. The Ryan White Care Act, passed by Congress shortly after his death, became the largest federal program specifically for people living with HIV/AIDS, providing funding for treatment and support services. But Ryan was just one of thousands. The CDC estimates that approximately 10,000 haemophiliacs in the United States were infected with HIV through contaminated blood products in the early 1980s. That's roughly half of all haemophiliacs in the country at the time. Half. An entire patient population, people who were already dealing with a chronic condition that required careful management, were given a death sentence by the very medical products that were supposed to help them. Many of them were children. Many of them were infected years before effective treatments became available, meaning they faced prolonged illness and death with no hope of survival. The blood supply crisis also affected people beyond haemophiliacs. Anyone who received a blood transfusion during surgery, childbirth, or accident treatment was potentially at risk. Thousands of people were infected this way, their only crime being that they needed medical care at the wrong time in history. The tennis star Arthur Ashe contracted HIV from a blood transfusion during heart surgery in 1983. He didn't learn of his infection until 1988 and died of AIDS-related pneumonia in 1993. His case again highlighted that AIDS was not a gay disease, but a human disease that could affect anyone. The psychological impact on haemophiliacs and transfusion recipients was profound. These were people who had trusted the medical system, who had followed their doctor's orders, who had done everything right, and yet they were infected with a deadly virus. The sense of betrayal was immense. They hadn't engaged in any behaviours that society deemed risky. They were just patients seeking treatment for their conditions. And for this, they received not only HIV infection, but often the same stigma and discrimination faced by gay men with AIDS. Society's fear didn't distinguish between modes of transmission. AIDS was AIDS, and the fear was universal. By the time blood screening tests became widely available in 1985, the damage was already catastrophic. The tests, which could detect antibodies to HIV in blood samples, were immediately implemented by blood banks. This was enormously important for preventing future infections, but it came years too late for the thousands already infected. The delay between when scientists first suspected bloodborne transmission, 1982, and when screening was implemented, 1985, represented 3 years of preventable infections. 3 years during which institutions that should have protected public health instead protected their bottom lines. The blood supply crisis revealed something deeply troubling about the intersection of public health and private profit. When the health of vulnerable populations conflicts with corporate earnings, which wins? In the case of AIDS and the blood supply, profit won decisively, and thousands paid with their lives. The lawsuits and settlements that followed, while they provided some financial compensation, couldn't bring back the dead or undo the suffering. And the executives who made these decisions, who chose to continue selling products they knew might be contaminated, largely escaped personal accountability. They retired with their pensions intact while their victims were buried. If there's any silver lining to this dark chapter, it's that the blood supply crisis forced changes in how blood products are screened and regulated. Today, the blood supply is safer than it's ever been, with multiple layers of screening and testing. The lessons learned from the AIDS crisis, paid for in blood, literally, improved safety for future generations. But those improvements came too late for the generation that served as the tragic proving ground for why such measures were necessary. Let's transition now to the scientific race to identify the virus, because while pharmaceutical companies were busy trying not to notice their products were killing people, actual scientists were doing the crucial work of figuring out what they were dealing with. And this story, while ultimately triumphant, is also tinged with controversy, nationalism, and the less glamorous side of scientific discovery. By 1983, it was clear to the scientific community that AIDS was caused by an infectious agent, almost certainly a virus. The evidence was mounting. The disease was transmissible through blood and sexual contact. It had an incubation period. It followed patterns consistent with viral infection. But which virus? The human body hosts countless viruses, and discovering a new one amid that crowd is like finding a specific needle in a stack of needles. You need to know what you're looking for, have the right tools to find it, and the skill to recognize it when you see it. 2 laboratories were at the forefront of this hunt, and their competition would become the stuff of scientific legend and scientific controversy. In France, at the Pasteur Institute in Paris, Dr. Luc Montagnier and his colleague Dr. Françoise Barré-Sinoussi were examining lymph node tissue from AIDS patients. They were looking for retroviruses, a specific type of virus that could insert itself into host DNA and cause long-term infection. In the United States at the National Institutes of Health, Dr. Robert Gallo was also focusing on retroviruses. Gallo had previously discovered the first human retrovirus, HTLV-Y, human T lymphotropic virus type 1, and he believed that AIDS might be caused by a related virus. The French team made their breakthrough first. In January 1983, they isolated a virus from the lymph node of a patient who was showing early signs of AIDS. The virus was different from HTLV-I, though it was clearly a retrovirus. They called it LAV for lymphadenopathy-associated virus, because it came from an enlarged lymph node. Barry Sinussi, who did much of the crucial laboratory work, detected the telltale sign of retroviral activity, the enzyme reverse transcriptase, in the cell cultures. This was their smoking gun. Montagnier and Barry Sinussi published their findings in the journal Science in May 1983. Their paper described the new virus and suggested it might be the cause of AIDS. It was a careful, measured paper, as scientific papers tend to be, not making claims beyond what the evidence supported. They had found a new virus in AIDS patients, but they hadn't definitively proven it was the cause of AIDS. Still, it was a major breakthrough. But here's where things get complicated. Gallo's team at the NIH was working along similar lines, but hadn't yet isolated the virus. The French team actually sent samples of their LAV virus to Gallo's lab, as scientists often do to facilitate collaboration. What happened next became the subject of intense controversy. In April 1984, about a year after the French publication, Gallo held a press conference alongside the US. Secretary of Health and Human Services Margaret Heckler. At this press conference, Gallo announced that he had identified the virus that caused AIDS, which he called HTLV-3. Heckler made the bold and ultimately wildly inaccurate prediction that a vaccine would be available within 2 years. The press conference was triumphant, patriotic, presenting this as an American scientific victory. There was just one problem, well, actually several problems. First, Gallo's discovery looked remarkably similar to the French LAV virus. Genetic analysis would later show that HTLV-3 and LAV were essentially the same virus. Second, the French had published their findings a year earlier. Third, there were serious questions about whether Gallo had used the French samples to grow his virus cultures, meaning he might have discovered the virus that the French had literally sent him. What followed was a scientific and diplomatic mess. The French were understandably upset. They had discovered the virus first, had published first, and now an American scientist was claiming credit and, importantly, patent rights. Because along with scientific glory came financial stakes. Whoever held the patent for the HIV blood test stood to make enormous amounts of money from royalties. Every blood bank, every hospital, every clinic that wanted to test for HIV would need to pay for that test, and the patent holder would receive a cut. The dispute escalated to the highest levels of government. It became not just a scientific disagreement, but an international incident, with France and the United States locked in a battle over credit and royalties. Finally, in 1987, President Reagan and French Prime Minister Jacques Chirac worked out a diplomatic settlement. The two teams would share credit for the discovery, and the royalties from the blood test patent would be split between them. A joint chronology was agreed upon, suggesting that both teams had discovered the virus independently and more or less simultaneously. But the controversy didn't end there. Investigations by journalists and scientists in the following years raised serious questions about Gallo's conduct. Did he use the French virus samples inappropriately? Did he knowingly claim credit for a discovery that wasn't his? The NIH launched an investigation, as did the US. Office of Research Integrity. After years of inquiry, Gallo was cleared of misconduct, though the investigations concluded that he had made misstatements, and the NIH had misrepresented the history of the discovery. In 2008, the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine was awarded for the discovery of HIV, but only to Montagnier and Barry Sinussi. Gallo was notably excluded. This was seen by many as the scientific community's definitive verdict on who truly discovered the virus. Gallo, understandably, was upset, feeling that his contributions to retroviruses and AIDS research deserved recognition. And to be fair, Gallo had made significant contributions to the field. His work on HTLV-I was groundbreaking, and his laboratory did important work on HIV. But the Nobel Committee's decision suggested that when it came to the actual discovery of HIV, the credit belonged to the French. The whole saga is a reminder that scientific discovery, despite our idealized notions of it, is a deeply human endeavor, complete with ego, competition, nationalism, and the less noble aspects of human nature. Scientists are people, and people want credit for their work. They want recognition, funding, prestige. These motivations can drive great achievements, but they can also lead to conflicts that distract from the actual science. But let's not get too lost in the controversy, because the identification of HIV, regardless of who gets credit, was a crucial turning point in the AIDS epidemic. For the first time, scientists knew what they were fighting. They could study the virus, understand its structure, figure out how it replicated, identify its weaknesses. This knowledge was the foundation for everything that came after: the blood tests, the treatments, the prevention strategies. The virus itself turned out to be a fiendishly clever opponent. HIV is a retrovirus, which means it uses an enzyme called reverse transcriptase to convert its RNA into DNA, which then gets inserted into the host cell's genome. Once integrated, the viral DNA can lie dormant for years or become active and produce new virus particles. The virus primarily targets CD4+ T cells, which are crucial components of the immune system. These are the cells that coordinate the immune response, telling other immune cells what to attack. By destroying these cells, HIV essentially decapitates the immune system, leaving the body defenseless against infections it would normally fight off easily. What made HIV particularly challenging was its high mutation rate. Every time the virus replicated, it made mistakes in copying its genetic material. These mistakes, or mutations, meant that the virus was constantly changing. This variability made it difficult for the immune system to recognize and fight the virus, and it would later make drug development challenging, as the virus could quickly develop resistance to medications. The virus also had a long incubation period. People could be infected for years before showing symptoms of AIDS. During this time, they might not know they were infected, but they could still transmit the virus to others. This silent transmission made the epidemic particularly insidious. Unlike a disease that immediately incapacitates its host, HIV could spread quietly through a population, building up a reservoir of infected individuals before anyone realized the scope of the problem. Understanding the virus's life cycle was crucial for developing interventions. If you know how a virus replicates, you can identify steps in that process to target with drugs. Reverse transcriptase, the enzyme the virus uses to convert RNA to DNA, became an early target. AZT, the first AIDS drug approved in 1987, worked by inhibiting this enzyme. Later drugs would target other steps in the viral life cycle: the protease enzyme that helps assemble new virus particles, the integrase enzyme that inserts viral DNA into the host genome, and the entry process itself. The identification of HIV also made it possible to develop diagnostic tests. If you know what the virus looks like, you can design tests to detect it. The first HIV antibody tests became available in 1985, allowing blood banks to screen donations and individuals to learn their infection status. These tests looked for antibodies to the virus, the immune system's response to infection, rather than the virus itself. This meant there was a window period after infection when someone could test negative even though they were infected, because their body hadn't yet produced detectable antibodies. But despite this limitation, the tests were enormously important for public health. The availability of testing raised complicated ethical and social questions. Should testing be mandatory? Who should have access to test results? What were the implications of a positive diagnosis when no treatment was available? These questions had no easy answers and sparked heated debates. Some argued for widespread mandatory testing as a public health measure. Others pointed out that in the absence of effective treatment and in the presence of severe stigma, mandatory testing could do more harm than good. People might avoid testing altogether if they feared the consequences of a positive result. The controversy over testing highlighted a broader tension in the AIDS response: the conflict between traditional public health approaches and the unique circumstances of the AIDS epidemic. Traditional disease control measures like contact tracing, quarantine, and mandatory reporting made sense for many infectious diseases. But AIDS was different. The populations most affected were already marginalized. The stigma was intense. The discrimination was real. Applying heavy-handed public health measures risked driving the epidemic underground, making it harder, not easier to control. The gay community in particular was wary of giving the government too much information about who was infected. Given the discrimination they already faced, there were legitimate fears that mandatory testing and reporting could be used against them. Bathhouses might be closed, individuals might be quarantined, civil liberties might be violated in the name of disease control. These weren't paranoid fantasies. They were based on historical precedent and current reality. Finding the right balance between public health necessity and individual rights became a central challenge of the AIDS response. The scientific discovery of HIV, while triumphant, also underscored how much more work remained. Knowing the enemy was crucial, but defeating it was another matter entirely. The virus was entrenched in the population, spreading silently, killing remorselessly. The blood supply crisis showed that the virus had penetrated beyond the initially identified risk groups. The patent disputes showed that even scientific progress could be hampered by human pettiness. And the debates over testing showed that social and political factors would complicate the response as much as scientific ones. By the mid-1980s, the AIDS epidemic had revealed itself to be far more than a medical crisis. It was a social crisis, a political crisis, an ethical crisis. Every aspect of society was touched: healthcare, government, business, science, religion, family. The questions it raised went beyond virology and immunology. How do we value human life? How do we treat marginalized populations? How do we balance public health with individual rights? How do we ensure that scientific knowledge is used for the common good rather than private profit? The blood supply crisis and the race to discover HIV were just two chapters in this larger story, but they were revealing ones. They showed the best and worst of human nature. The worst was the pharmaceutical companies that prioritized profit over lives, the blood banks that delayed action to protect their institutions, the scientists who fought over credit rather than collaborating fully. The best was the researchers who worked tirelessly to understand the virus, the activists who demanded accountability, the individuals who turned their personal tragedies into public advocacy. As we move forward in this story, we'll see how these themes play out repeatedly. The tension between profit and public health will resurface in debates over drug pricing. The competition between scientists will be both a driver of progress and a source of conflict. The questions about testing and privacy will evolve as treatments improve and the calculus changes. And the blood supply crisis will serve as a cautionary tale about what happens when institutions fail to protect the vulnerable. For the haemophiliacs who were infected through no fault of their own, for the families who lost children to contaminated blood products, for the scientists whose contributions were overshadowed by controversy, these weren't abstract issues. They were matters of life and death, of justice and injustice, of recognition and erasure. The AIDS epidemic demanded that society grapple with these issues, and the answers we came up with, or failed to come up with, would determine how many more lives would be lost. The virus had been found, named, studied, but it was still winning. By the time HIV was identified and the blood tests became available, tens of thousands were already infected. The virus had a years-long head start, and it would take years more before effective treatments would be developed. In the meantime, the death toll would continue to rise, the social conflicts would intensify, and the gap between scientific knowledge and effective action would remain frustratingly wide. The discovery of HIV was necessary but not sufficient. It was one piece of a massive puzzle that would take decades to solve. And while scientists in their laboratories worked on understanding the virus at the molecular level, out in the streets and communities, a different kind of battle was being waged, one fought not with microscopes and test tubes, but with protests and politics. That battle, the rise of AIDS activism, would prove just as important as the scientific discoveries in shaping the course of the epidemic. But that's a story for another chapter. For now, let's sit with what we've learned. The blood supply crisis taught us the deadly cost of institutional inertia and corporate greed. The discovery of HIV taught us both the power and the limitations of scientific knowledge. Together, they showed us that fighting an epidemic requires more than just understanding the pathogen. It requires confronting the social, economic, and political factors that allow the disease to spread. The 1980s were drawing toward a close, but the AIDS crisis was far from over. In fact, in many ways, it was just beginning to reveal its full scope and horror. The next chapters would bring more deaths, more scientific advances, more political battles, and eventually the first glimmers of hope that AIDS might not be an automatic death sentence. But all of that lay ahead. For now, the world was still learning what it was up against, and the lessons were being written in blood, both donated and spilled. The contaminated blood products that killed thousands of haemophiliacs remained in use long after the risks were known. The scientific discovery that should have been a moment of pure triumph was tainted by disputes over credit and money. These failures weren't inevitable. They were the result of choices to prioritize profit over safety, prestige over collaboration, institutional protection over public health. Different choices could have saved thousands of lives. This is perhaps the most important lesson from these chapters. The AIDS epidemic was not just a natural disaster. It was a human disaster, shaped by human decisions. The virus evolved through random mutation, but society's response to it was anything but random. It was shaped by politics, economics, prejudice, and institutional priorities. Understanding the AIDS epidemic means understanding not just the biology of HIV, but the sociology of our response to it. As we continue this story, keep in mind these dual tracks, the scientific and the social. The virus was one adversary, but stigma, discrimination, and institutional failure were equally formidable foes. Fighting AIDS would require battling on both fronts, and the activists who would rise to this challenge would change not just the AIDS response, but the entire landscape of patient advocacy and drug development. The blood crisis showed what happened when those in power failed to act. The scientific race showed that even breakthrough discoveries could be complicated by human factors. Together, these chapters set the stage for the activist response that would demand better treatments, faster action, more respect for human dignity. That response, which would transform both the epidemic and the society dealing with it, is where our story goes next. For now, we leave the laboratories and the boardrooms, the scientists with their electron microscopes and the executives with their profit projections. We leave them to face the consequences of their actions and inactions, while we prepare to meet a different kind of fighter in this war against AIDS. The activists who would refuse to die quietly, who would turn their grief into rage and their rage into action. The blood on their hands, whether contaminated blood products or the metaphorical blood of negligence, would not be forgotten. And the virus they'd finally identified would not be easily defeated. The stage was set for the next act of this tragedy, one that would see both the deepest despair and the first true sparks of hope. But that's coming up next. For now, rest with the knowledge that even in the darkest chapters, the truth eventually comes to light. The virus was found. The contamination was exposed. The victims, while they couldn't be saved, would not be forgotten. Their suffering would fuel the movements and changes that would eventually turn the tide against AIDS, even if that turning point was still years away. The story continues, with more heartbreak and more heroism, more failure and more triumph. Stay with me as we trace this epidemic through its worst years and into its eventual transformation from death sentence to chronic condition. The journey's long, but it's one worth taking because understanding how we got here helps us appreciate how far we've come and how far we still have to go. The blood crisis and the scientific race were just the beginning of the middle chapters of the AIDS story. There's so much more to tell about the activism that changed everything, the treatments that finally worked, the global spread that took the epidemic to every corner of the world. But all of that builds on what we've covered here. The contaminated blood that killed thousands, the virus finally given a name, the institutions that failed and the individuals who persevered. Keep these stories with you as we move forward, because they're not just historical footnotes. They're the foundation on which everything else was built. The failures of the blood supply system led to reforms in blood safety. The scientific discovery enabled treatments and tests. The controversies reveal the need for more ethical approaches to research and public health. The AIDS epidemic, for all its horror, would ultimately teach us valuable lessons about disease, society, justice, and human nature. The price of those lessons was unconscionably high, millions of lives lost to a virus that was in many cases preventable. But if we're to honour those lost, we must learn from their suffering, ensuring that future epidemics are met with better responses, fairer treatments, and more compassion. The blood crisis and the discovery of HIV were turning points in the AIDS story, moments when the epidemic's trajectory could have been altered by different choices. That it wasn't, that thousands more died because of delays and denials, is a tragedy we must acknowledge. But it's also a call to action, a reminder that public health is too important to be left to profit motives and institutional inertia. The story of AIDS is still being written, with new chapters unfolding even today. But these early chapters, dark as they are, illuminate the path that led us here and point toward where we still need to go. The virus that was discovered in 1983 still infects millions worldwide. The stigma that surrounded those first cases still exists in many places. The inequities that allowed some to access treatment while others died continue to this day. Understanding these chapters isn't just academic exercise. It's essential context for addressing the epidemic as it exists now and for preparing for the epidemics yet to come. Because if there's one thing the AIDS crisis taught us, it's that we ignore emerging health threats at our peril, and we fail our most vulnerable populations at the cost of our collective humanity. The blood flowed, the virus was found, and the world would never be quite the same. That's where we leave this chapter, at the moment when the enemy had a name but was still winning the war. The battles ahead would be fierce, the losses staggering, but eventually the tide would turn. How that happened and what it cost is the next part of our story. Now we arrive at what might be the most infuriating chapter of the entire AIDS story, and trust me, that's really saying something given what we've already covered. We've seen pharmaceutical companies sell contaminated blood products to maximize profits. We've watched scientists squabble over credit while people died. But nothing quite compares to the spectacular failure of the United States federal government to respond to the AIDS crisis in any meaningful way during its crucial early years. This wasn't just bureaucratic slowness or institutional inertia, though there was plenty of both. This was active, deliberate indifference, fueled by moral judgments, political calculations, and the influence of religious conservatives who saw AIDS as divine punishment rather than a public health emergency. To understand this failure, we need to set the stage. Ronald Reagan was inaugurated as President of the United States in January 1981, the same year the first AIDS cases were identified. Reagan came to power on a wave of conservative sentiment, with strong support from the religious right, a coalition of evangelical Christians and conservative Catholics who had helped deliver his election victory. These groups had clear priorities: traditional family values, opposition to homosexuality, a return to what they saw as America's moral foundations. The gay community, which was being decimated by AIDS, was not exactly their constituency. If anything, many viewed homosexuality as a sin and AIDS as its consequence. Reagan himself rarely spoke about AIDS publicly. In fact, he didn't mention the disease by name until September 1985, more than 4 years after the first cases were identified and after over 12,000 Americans had already died. 4 years. Let that sink in. 12,000 deaths. And the President of the United States had not uttered the word AIDS in public. Not in a speech, not in a press conference, not in a State of the Union address. Nothing. This silence was deafening, and it was deadly. Presidential attention matters enormously in setting national priorities. When the President speaks about an issue, it signals to the government bureaucracy, to Congress, to the media, and to the public that this issue matters. When the President remains silent, the opposite message is conveyed. And in the case of AIDS, that silence meant that federal agencies didn't prioritize research funding, Congress didn't allocate sufficient resources, and the public remained largely uninformed about the crisis unfolding in their midst. The few times AIDS was mentioned in the White House during those early years, it was often treated as a joke. At press briefings in 1982 and 1983, reporters asked Reagan's press secretary Larry Speakes about AIDS. The transcripts of these briefings are painful to read. When a reporter mentioned AIDS in 1982, Speakes asked, "What's AIDS?" When another reporter tried to explain, laughter broke out in the room. Speakes joked about whether the reporter had the disease himself. Haha. Hilarious. People are dying from a mysterious immune disorder, and the White House press room thinks it's comedy material. In October 1982, a reporter asked if the president knew about AIDS. Speakes responded that he didn't know. He would have to check. The reporter pressed, "Did Speakes know what AIDS was?" More laughter from the assembled journalists. Speakes made jokes about the reporter's interest in the disease, insinuating that he must be personally affected. The reporter, to his credit, continued to ask serious questions about government response, but Speakes deflected with more jokes. This was the official White House response to a public health crisis that was killing Americans. Mockery. Now, it's worth pausing here to acknowledge that AIDS was initially affecting a marginalized population. The gay community was not politically powerful in the early 1980s. In fact, homosexuality was still classified as a mental disorder by the American Psychiatric Association until 1973, and social acceptance was minimal. Many states still had sodomy laws on the books, criminalizing gay sex. In this context, it's perhaps unsurprising, though no less despicable, that the Reagan administration felt no political pressure to respond to AIDS. The people dying weren't their voters. They weren't, in the administration's view, real Americans. But even setting aside the moral failure, the public health logic was catastrophically flawed. Viruses don't check voter registration cards. They don't consult your sexual orientation or your party affiliation before infecting you. By treating AIDS as a gay disease and therefore not a priority, the government allowed the virus to spread unchecked. Every day of delay, every dollar not allocated to research, every public health campaign not launched, meant more infections and more deaths. And as we saw with the haemophiliacs and transfusion recipients, the virus was perfectly capable of spreading beyond the gay community. The consequences of this indifference were immediate and measurable. In 1981, the CDC had a budget of exactly $1 million for AIDS research. $1 million. For context, that same year the federal government spent $36 million on Legionnaire's disease, which had caused about 50 deaths. AIDS had already killed 121 people and was doubling in cases every 6 months. The funding disparity was stark, and it reflected the government's priorities, or lack thereof. Researchers at the CDC and NIH were desperate for resources. Dr. James Curran, who led the CDC's AIDS task force, later described the early years as fighting the epidemic with one hand tied behind our backs. His team worked with inadequate funding, insufficient staff, and limited support from higher-ups. They did what they could, tracking cases, investigating transmission patterns, trying to understand the epidemiology, but they were hamstrung by resources that didn't match the scale of the crisis. At one point, the AIDS task force was so understaffed that members were using their own money to purchase supplies. Imagine that. Federal government employees fighting a deadly epidemic, buying their own lab supplies because their agency wouldn't fund them adequately. It's like asking firefighters to buy their own hoses and then wondering why the fire kept spreading. The lack of funding wasn't just an inconvenience, it directly cost lives. Drug development requires massive investment. Clinical trials are expensive. Basic research into the virus's structure and function requires sophisticated equipment and skilled personnel. Without adequate funding, all of this was delayed. AZT, the first AIDS drug, wasn't approved until 1987, 6 years after the first cases. Would earlier and more robust funding have accelerated its development? Almost certainly. Would that have saved lives? Absolutely. The CDC tried to sound the alarm. In 1983, they published a report noting that AIDS was spreading and that it posed a serious public health threat. They recommended increased funding for research and public education. Their recommendations were largely ignored. The CDC was like Cassandra from Greek mythology, cursed to speak the truth but never be believed. Except in this case, it wasn't that they weren't believed. It was that nobody cared enough to listen. Congress wasn't much better than the executive branch, at least initially. While there were certainly members of Congress who recognized the severity of AIDS and pushed for action, they faced significant opposition. Conservative members saw AIDS funding as tantamount to condoning homosexuality. Why should taxpayer money go toward treating a disease that affected people who engaged in immoral behavior? This moralistic framing of AIDS as punishment rather than pathology permeated the political discourse. Representative William Dannemeyer of California was particularly vocal in his opposition to AIDS funding. He argued that homosexuality was a threat to public health and that AIDS was the natural consequence of deviant behavior. His rhetoric, while extreme, reflected sentiments shared by many in the conservative movement. AIDS wasn't a tragedy to be addressed, but a lesson to be learned. The sick were getting what they deserved. This attitude had real policy consequences. When bills were proposed to increase AIDS funding, they faced opposition and had to be fought for tooth and nail. Advocates had to make the case over and over again that this was a serious public health crisis that would only get worse without intervention. They had to combat the notion that AIDS was a gay plague that didn't affect normal Americans. Progress was slow, funding increases modest compared to the need. The impact on the gay community was devastating, not just in terms of deaths, though those were catastrophic, but in terms of what the government's response signaled. Gay Americans were being told in no uncertain terms that their lives didn't matter, that their deaths weren't worth preventing, that they were expendable. This wasn't paranoia or overinterpretation. When your government refuses to acknowledge a disease that's killing your friends, your lovers, your community, the message is crystal clear. Larry Kramer, a playwright and activist who would become one of the most vocal critics of government inaction, described the situation bluntly. Our continued existence depends on just how involved we get. Kramer saw early on that waiting for the government to save gay men with AIDS was a fool's errand. The government wasn't coming to help. If the gay community wanted to survive, they would have to save themselves. This realization would fuel the activist movements we'll discuss in the next chapter, but for now, let's stay with the government's failure, because there's more to unpack. The religious right's influence on Reagan administration policy can't be overstated. Groups like the Moral Majority, led by Jerry Falwell, had been instrumental in Reagan's election, and they expected their views to be reflected in policy. And what were their views on AIDS? Well, Falwell famously said, "AIDS is not just God's punishment for homosexuals, it is God's punishment for the society that tolerates homosexuals." That's a direct quote. He wasn't being subtle. This kind of rhetoric from influential religious leaders shaped public opinion and gave cover to politicians who wanted to ignore AIDS. If AIDS was divine punishment, then government intervention was interfering with God's will. If gay men were sinners getting their comeuppance, then sympathy, let alone action, was misplaced. This medieval theology masquerading as public health policy had deadly consequences. The influence of religious conservatives extended to specific policy decisions. When the Surgeon General C. Everett Koop wanted to distribute an informational booklet about AIDS to every American household, he faced enormous resistance from within the administration. Koop, despite being a conservative evangelical himself, recognized that AIDS was a public health emergency that required honest information. His proposed pamphlet discussed AIDS transmission frankly, including information about condoms as a preventive measure. Conservative advisors were horrified. Discussing condoms? Mentioning anal sex? This wasn't appropriate for government communication, they argued. It would corrupt the nation's youth and promote immoral behavior. Never mind that accurate information could save lives. The purity of the message was more important than its effectiveness. Koop, to his eternal credit, fought back. He insisted that as Surgeon General, he had a duty to provide accurate medical information, regardless of political sensitivities. After years of bureaucratic battles, his AIDS pamphlet was finally mailed to every American household in 1988. It was the first and only time in US history that a health message was directly mailed to every home. The pamphlet was straightforward, discussing how AIDS was transmitted and how to protect oneself, including recommending condom use and avoiding needle sharing. The response was mixed. Public health advocates praised the pamphlet as long overdue and potentially life-saving. Conservatives criticized it as inappropriate government overreach into moral matters. Some parents complained about their children being exposed to such information. The pamphlet was important, but it came 7 years after the first AIDS cases and after tens of thousands of deaths. 7 years of silence, finally broken, but the damage was already done. Koop's experience highlights the internal battles within the Reagan administration. Not everyone was indifferent to AIDS. Some officials like Koop recognized the seriousness of the crisis and fought for action, but they were often overruled by political advisors more concerned with placating the religious right than addressing public health. The result was a fragmented, inadequate response that satisfied nobody and saved too few lives. The National Institutes of Health faced similar challenges. Scientists there wanted to research AIDS, but funding was limited and came with strings attached. Research proposals had to navigate political sensitivities. Studies that involved homosexual behavior were scrutinized differently than those involving other populations. The atmosphere was not conducive to the kind of aggressive, no-holds-barred research that the epidemic demanded. Dr. Anthony Fauci, who would later become the face of American infectious disease response, was at the NIH during these years. He described the early AIDS years as incredibly frustrating. Here was a new disease, clearly infectious, clearly deadly, clearly spreading, and the resources to fight it were trickling in. Fauci and his colleagues did what they could with what they had, but they knew it wasn't enough. The government's slow response also affected public perception. When leaders are silent about an issue, the public takes its cue. If the president wasn't talking about AIDS, if Congress wasn't prioritizing it, then maybe it wasn't that big a deal. Media coverage, while it existed, was often buried in the back pages or relegated to specialized publications. The general public remained largely uninformed and unalarmed. This public ignorance had consequences. Fear and stigma flourished in the absence of accurate information. People didn't understand how AIDS was transmitted, so they feared all contact with infected individuals. The cases of discrimination we discussed earlier, Ryan White being banned from school, people with AIDS being fired from jobs, funeral homes refusing to handle bodies, these stemmed in part from public ignorance that the government could have addressed but didn't. By 1985, the epidemic had grown too large to ignore completely. The death toll was in the thousands. Cases were being reported in all 50 states. The haemophiliac infections showed that the virus had penetrated the blood supply. And then came the celebrity cases that finally made AIDS real for mainstream America. Rock Hudson's AIDS diagnosis and death in 1985 was a watershed moment. Hudson was a Hollywood icon, a leading man from the golden age of cinema, the epitome of American masculinity. When he revealed he had AIDS, it shocked the nation. If Rock Hudson could have AIDS, then this wasn't just a disease of the margins. Hudson's diagnosis forced the American public to confront AIDS in a way that thousands of anonymous deaths hadn't. Interestingly, Rock Hudson was a friend of Ronald and Nancy Reagan. You would think that the president's personal friend dying of AIDS might prompt some action, some presidential statement, some recognition of the crisis. But even then, Reagan's public response was muted. He didn't visit Hudson in the hospital. He didn't speak about AIDS after Hudson's death. The personal loss didn't translate into policy change. Nancy Reagan did call the Hudsons when Rock was sick, but when Hudson's representatives contacted the White House, asking for help getting him into a French hospital for experimental treatment, they were told the administration couldn't help. The president's friend, dying from a disease that had killed thousands of Americans, couldn't get assistance from the White House. If that's how they treated their friends, imagine how they treated strangers. Hudson's death did eventually contribute to increased public awareness and sympathy for AIDS sufferers. It's a tragic commentary on human nature that thousands of anonymous gay men dying didn't move the needle, but one famous straight-presenting actor did. But regardless of why, Hudson's death did bring AIDS into the mainstream consciousness in a way it hadn't been before. Reagan finally delivered his first major speech on AIDS in 1987 at the American Foundation for AIDS Research annual dinner. By this time, over 36,000 Americans had died. The speech was notable for what it didn't say as much as for what it did. Reagan acknowledged AIDS as a serious health problem, about 6 years late, but better than nothing, I suppose. He called for more research funding, which was good. But he also emphasized abstinence and monogamy as the primary prevention strategies, with little mention of condoms or safe sex practices that public health experts knew were essential. The speech also called for routine testing of various populations, including marriage license applicants and immigrants. This emphasis on testing raised concerns among civil liberties advocates and AIDS activists. Without protections against discrimination, mandatory testing could expose people to job loss, housing discrimination, and social ostracism. The focus on testing without corresponding emphasis on treatment or civil rights protections seemed more about identification and surveillance than about helping people with AIDS. Reagan's speech came too little, too late for many. The epidemic had already exploded. By 1987, AIDS was the leading cause of death for men aged 25 to 44 in New York City. Entire social networks had been wiped out. Survivors were traumatized from attending funeral after funeral. And only now was the president giving his first major speech on the subject. The consequences of the Reagan administration's indifference weren't just measured in deaths, though those alone would be damning enough. The lack of early investment in research meant that treatments were delayed. The lack of public education meant that stigma and discrimination flourished. The lack of coordination meant that the response was fragmented and ineffective. The lack of compassion meant that people with AIDS felt abandoned by their government. Compare the AIDS response to other public health crises. When Legionnaire's disease broke out in 1976, killing 34 people, the federal government mobilized immediately. Researchers identified the cause within months, and funding poured in for prevention and treatment. When toxic shock syndrome appeared in 1980, affecting women using a particular brand of tampons, the government acted swiftly, issuing warnings and forcing product recalls. These were seen as public health emergencies deserving of immediate response. But AIDS? AIDS affected gay men, drug users, and eventually, as we saw, innocent victims like haemophiliacs and transfusion recipients. The social undesirability of the initial affected population meant that the response was slower, less urgent, less compassionate. This differential treatment based on who was sick rather than how serious the disease was represents a profound moral failure, one that violated the basic principles of public health and medical ethics. The Reagan administration's AIDS policy, or lack thereof, set a template that would take years to overcome. The association of AIDS with moral failing rather than viral infection became embedded in public consciousness. The framing of AIDS as a lifestyle disease rather than a public health emergency shaped policy debates for years. The power of religious conservatives to influence health policy at the expense of science-based approaches became entrenched. By the time Reagan left office in 1989, over 82,000 Americans had died from AIDS. His successor, George H.W. Bush, continued largely in the same vein, giving AIDS somewhat more attention but still not treating it with the urgency it deserved. It wouldn't be until the Clinton administration in the 1990s that AIDS finally received something approaching the federal attention it warranted. But by then, the damage was done. The virus had spread widely, not just in the United States, but globally. The opportunity for early containment had been lost. The research that could have started in 1981 with adequate funding finally got underway, but years behind where it could have been. The public education that could have slowed transmission was delayed, allowing stigma and misinformation to take root. The Reagan administration's handling of AIDS is often cited as one of the great moral failures of his presidency. Defenders argue that AIDS was a new disease, that no one knew how serious it would become, that the government did eventually respond. But these defences ring hollow. The warning signs were there from the beginning. The CDC was sounding alarms by 1982. The disease was doubling in cases every 6 months. The pattern was clear to anyone willing to look. What was lacking wasn't information but will. The will to see gay men as Americans deserving of protection. The will to prioritise public health over political considerations. The will to stand up to religious conservatives and say that saving lives matters more than enforcing moral codes. The will to lead. The silence of the Reagan years created a vacuum that others filled. Activists, who we'll discuss in the next chapter, rose up to demand action that the government wasn't providing. Community organisations formed to provide services that the state wouldn't fund. Scientists pushed forward with inadequate resources, driven by compassion and professional duty. The response to AIDS came eventually, but it came from below, not from above. This grassroots response is one of the most remarkable aspects of the AIDS story. In the face of government abandonment, communities organised. They created their own support systems, their own educational campaigns, their own advocacy movements. They turned grief into action, anger into activism, despair into determination. And eventually they would force the government's hand, demanding the attention and resources that had been so cruelly withheld. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. For now, let's sit with the profound betrayal represented by the government's inaction. Let's acknowledge the cost of that silence, measured not just in deaths, though that toll was staggering, but in trauma, in lost trust, in the knowledge that when you needed your government most, they looked the other way. The government's silence on AIDS wasn't just a policy failure, it was a message that said some lives matter less than others, that political expedience trumps public health, that moral judgments can override medical necessity. These are lessons the AIDS community learned the hard way, and they would shape the activist response that followed. As we move forward in this story, remember the silence. Remember the jokes at press briefings. Remember the absent presidential leadership. Remember the influence of religious conservatives who saw disease as punishment rather than suffering to be alleviated. These factors shaped the early AIDS response in ways that reverberate to this day. The politics of indifference had consequences that extended far beyond the Reagan years. They established patterns of response to diseases affecting marginalized populations that would be repeated in other contexts. They showed the danger of allowing moral judgments to influence public health policy. They demonstrated the cost of political cowardice in the face of crisis. But they also sparked a response that would change not just the AIDS epidemic, but the entire landscape of patient advocacy and medical research. Out of the ashes of government neglect rose a phoenix of activism that would demand better, fight harder, and ultimately force changes that the government had been unwilling to make on its own. That activism, born of desperation and fueled by righteous anger, is what we'll explore next. But as we transition to that hopeful chapter of resistance and resilience, let's carry with us the knowledge of what made it necessary. The activists didn't emerge from nowhere. They were created by the government's failures, forged in the fire of abandonment, and determined to make their voices heard when silence meant death. The Reagan years represent a dark chapter in American public health history, a time when ideology trumped epidemiology and political considerations overrode compassion. The cost was measured in human lives, in suffering that could have been prevented, in years of research lost to underfunding, in an epidemic that grew beyond containment. But even in this darkness, there were individuals who fought back. Scientists who worked with inadequate resources, community members who organised support systems, public health officials who tried to sound the alarm. Their efforts, while ultimately insufficient to stem the tide of the epidemic, laid groundwork for the more organised resistance that would follow. The story of AIDS during the Reagan years is ultimately a story about power, who has it, who doesn't, and what happens when those with power choose not to use it to protect the vulnerable. It's a cautionary tale about the dangers of moralising public health, of allowing religious ideology to influence medical policy, of treating some citizens as less deserving of protection than others. As we close this chapter on government silence, we do so with a mixture of anger and sadness. Anger at the preventable deaths, the willful ignorance, the moral cowardice. Sadness for those who died without seeing their government lift a finger to help them. But also, and this is important, with respect for those who survived those dark years, who fought back against indifference, who refused to accept that their lives didn't matter. The next chapter will tell their story. The activists who turned the tide, who forced the government and medical establishment to pay attention, who changed not just the AIDS response but the entire paradigm of patient advocacy. Their story is one of courage, creativity, and determination in the face of overwhelming odds. But that story makes no sense without understanding what made it necessary. The activism that changed everything was born from the government's failure to act. The rage that fueled ACT UP and other organisations was a direct response to the silence we've just discussed. The demands for access to treatments, for respect for human dignity, for acknowledgement of the crisis, these emerged from the vacuum left by governmental indifference. So as we turn the page from this chapter of silence to the chapter of noise, of protest, of demands for justice, keep in mind the context. The activists weren't radicals acting without cause. They were citizens responding to their government's betrayal. They were people who had been told their lives didn't matter, proving through their actions that they did. They were the voice that finally broke the deadly silence. And in breaking that silence, they would change everything. If the previous chapter left you feeling frustrated and angry at the government's shameful inaction, well, good. That anger you're feeling is a fraction of what people living through the AIDS crisis felt every single day. But here's the thing about anger. It can destroy you, or it can fuel you. It can turn you inward, leading to despair and hopelessness, or it can turn outward, transforming into action and change. And in the mid-1980s, the gay community made a choice. They chose to channel their rage, their grief, their desperation into one of the most effective activist movements in American history. They chose to fight back. Enter ACT UP, the AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power, which is quite possibly the most accurately named organisation ever created. Because that's exactly what they did. They unleashed power. Power that had been dormant in a marginalised community. Power that emerged from the crucible of loss and abandonment. Power that would ultimately reshape not just the AIDS response, but the entire landscape of medical activism. These weren't professional protesters or career activists. These were ordinary people, artists, accountants, teachers, waiters, lawyers, students, who were watching their friends die and decided that silence was no longer an option. The story of ACT UP begins with Larry Kramer, who we mentioned briefly before. Kramer was a successful playwright and screenwriter, openly gay at a time when that took considerable courage, and he had been sounding the alarm about AIDS since the epidemic's earliest days. In 1983, he had co-founded the Gay Men's Health Crisis, or GMHC, which provided support services for people with AIDS. But Kramer grew frustrated with GMHC's approach, which he saw as too cautious, too focused on service provision rather than political action. GMHC helped people navigate the system as it existed. Kramer wanted to tear the system down and rebuild it. In March 1987, Kramer gave a speech at the Lesbian and Gay Community Services Center in New York City. The speech was a call to arms, and it was furious. Kramer laid out the statistics. 2/3 of everyone in that room would be dead within 5 years if nothing changed. He talked about the government's inaction, the pharmaceutical companies' greed, the public's indifference. He asked the audience what they were going to do about it. Were they going to die quietly, or were they going to fight? The response was immediate. That very night, about 300 people formed what would become ACT UP. They had no formal structure at first, no official leadership, no manifesto. What they had was anger, urgency, and a determination to make themselves impossible to ignore. Their first action came just 2 weeks later, on March 24, 1987, on Wall Street in New York City. The target was the pharmaceutical company Burroughs Wellcome, manufacturer of AZT, the first approved AIDS drug. Now, AZT was theoretically good news, finally a treatment that could slow the virus. But Burroughs Wellcome was charging approximately $10,000 per year for the drug, making it one of the most expensive medications ever marketed. For many people with AIDS, who had often lost their jobs and health insurance, this price was simply impossible. They were being offered a lifeline but told they couldn't afford to grab it. It was like showing a drowning person a life preserver and then charging them money they didn't have to use it. So ACT UP went to Wall Street, the heart of American capitalism, to protest. They hung an effigy of FDA Commissioner Frank Young, blocked traffic, and chanted, "Release the drugs." 17 people were arrested. The protest made the evening news, and suddenly AIDS activism had a new face. Angry, confrontational, and absolutely unwilling to be ignored. This first action established the template for what would become ACT UP's signature style. Direct action that was theatrical, media-savvy, and disruptive. These weren't polite letters to congressmen or quiet vigils. These were dramatic interventions designed to force attention, to make the comfortable uncomfortable, to bring the crisis that was being ignored into spaces where it couldn't be avoided. The ACT UP model spread rapidly. Within months, chapters had formed in cities across the United States and eventually internationally. Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, Boston, Paris, London. Anywhere there was a significant AIDS crisis, ACT UP chapters emerged. The organisation operated on principles of direct democracy, with decisions made at weekly general meetings where anyone could speak and propose actions. There was no single leader, no hierarchical structure. This was intentional. In a community being decimated by disease, centralised leadership was precarious. The movement needed to survive the loss of any individual. The meetings themselves were legendary for their intensity. Imagine hundreds of people, many of them sick or dying, crowded into community centres, passionately debating strategy and tactics. Agreements were reached through consensus when possible, majority vote when necessary. Anyone could propose an action, and if enough people supported it, it would happen. This democratic structure meant that ACT UP was nimble, creative, and constantly generating new ideas. It also meant that meetings could go on for hours, with passionate disagreements about everything from messaging to tactics. Democracy is messy, but in ACT UP's case, it was effectively messy. The organisation's brilliance lay in understanding that they were fighting a war on multiple fronts. They needed to pressure the government to increase funding and attention. They needed to force pharmaceutical companies to lower drug prices and speed up access. They needed to change how clinical trials were conducted. They needed to combat public ignorance and stigma. And they needed to do all of this while their members were dying. No pressure. Their tactics were diverse and clever. Die-ins, where activists would lie down in public spaces simulating death, forcing passers-by to literally step over their bodies or confront the reality of AIDS deaths. Zaps, quick surprise protests targeting specific individuals or institutions. Banner drops from buildings or bridges, dramatic visual statements that couldn't be ignored. Phone trees to flood congressional offices with calls. Media events designed for maximum coverage. Every action was carefully planned for impact, and ACT UP members became expert at manipulating media attention. One of their most powerful tools was graphic design. The famous Silence or Death poster, featuring a pink triangle on black background with those 3 stark words, became one of the most recognisable images of the AIDS era. The pink triangle was a deliberate reclamation. During the Holocaust, gay men in concentration camps were forced to wear pink triangles to identify them. ACT UP inverted the triangle and the shame it represented, turning it into a symbol of resistance. The message was simple and devastating. Silence about AIDS was killing people. To remain quiet in the face of the epidemic was to participate in the deaths. The poster was created by a group of artists who called themselves the Silence Dust Death Project, and they distributed it throughout New York City. It appeared on walls in subway stations, on t-shirts, on buttons. You couldn't walk through certain neighborhoods without seeing it. The image became synonymous with AIDS activism, a visual shorthand for resistance and demand for action. ACT UP also produced some of the most effective protest art in American history. The collective Grand Fury, named with dark humour after the Plymouth car that doubled as police cruisers, created images and slogans that were both artistically sophisticated and politically pointed. Their Kissing Doesn't Kill, Greed and Indifference Do campaign showed same-sex and interracial couples kissing, challenging both homophobia and racism, while making a point about how AIDS was actually transmitted. The image appeared on buses in San Francisco, normalizing gay relationships while fighting stigma. Not bad for a bus ad. Another Grand Fury project was The Government Has Blood on Its Hands, with a bloody handprint that became another iconic image. 1 AIDS death every 8 minutes, read another piece, putting the epidemic in stark temporal terms. These artists understood that in the fight for attention, you needed to make complex issues immediate and visceral. A statistic about annual deaths is abstract. 1 death every 8 minutes is urgent. But ACT UP wasn't just about shocking images and street theatre. They also did serious intellectual work, educating themselves about the science of HIV/AIDS, pharmaceutical development, and FDA processes. The Treatment and Data Committee, one of ACT UP's working groups, became so knowledgeable about HIV treatment that they were eventually invited to the table by the scientists and regulators they had been protesting. They could speak the language of clinical trials and drug interactions, could read and critique scientific papers, could hold their own in discussions with PhDs and MDs. This wasn't your typical protest movement. These activists did their homework. Mark Harrington, Peter Staley, and other members of the Treatment and Data Committee became de facto experts on AIDS treatment. They learned about surrogate markers, which are laboratory measurements that can indicate whether a drug is working without waiting for patients to actually get sick or die. They argued that the FDA should approve drugs based on these markers, allowing faster access to treatments. This was revolutionary thinking at the time. The FDA's traditional approach required years of studies demonstrating that drugs actually extended life, not just improved lab numbers. ACT UP argued that people were dying now and couldn't wait for that certainty. Their intellectual rigor gave them credibility and made them formidable adversaries for the institutions they were challenging. You couldn't dismiss them as merely emotional or uninformed. They knew what they were talking about, and they backed up their demands with evidence and reasoning. One of ACT UP's most famous actions was the 1988 FDA protest. On October 11th, over 1,000 activists descended on the FDA headquarters in Rockville, Maryland. They carried cardboard tombstones with slogans like "Dead from FDA red tape" and "I died for the sins of the FDA." They stormed the building, some managing to get inside, others blocking entrances. The protest effectively shut down the FDA for the day, and 176 people were arrested. The FDA action had specific demands: speed up the drug approval process, allow promising treatments to be released on a parallel track so that dying patients could access them even while trials continued, include people with AIDS in the decision-making process. The protest garnered massive media coverage and, more importantly, results. In the following months, the FDA implemented many of ACT UP's demands, creating faster approval pathways and the parallel track system that activists had proposed. This was activism that actually worked. Not just raised awareness, not just expressed outrage, but actually changed policy. The FDA reforms that came out of ACT UP's pressure would benefit not just AIDS patients, but future patients with other terminal illnesses. Cancer patients, ALS patients, anyone facing life-threatening conditions would eventually benefit from the accelerated approval processes that AIDS activists fought for. The legacy of those protests extends far beyond AIDS. ACT UP also took on the Catholic Church, which was actively opposing safe sex education and condom distribution. In December 1989, about 4,500 activists protested outside St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City, one of the largest protests in ACT UP's history. About 100 activists went inside the cathedral during Mass, staging a die-in in the aisles and chanting slogans. Some carried signs reading "Stop killing us" and "Curb your dogma," the saint. Patrick's action was controversial, even within ACT UP. Some felt that disrupting a religious service crossed a line, that it would alienate potential allies and play into stereotypes of gay people as disrespectful of religion. Others argued that the Catholic Church's opposition to condoms was literally killing people, and that strong action was justified. The protest did indeed generate backlash, with many accusing ACT UP of religious intolerance. But it also drew attention to the Church's role in preventing effective AIDS prevention measures. This internal debate about tactics was constant within ACT UP. How far was too far? What actions would generate sympathy versus alienate potential supporters? How do you balance righteous anger with strategic effectiveness? These weren't easy questions, and ACT UP members disagreed frequently. But the debates themselves were healthy, forcing activists to constantly refine their approaches and consider multiple perspectives. Another major target was pharmaceutical company pricing. Beyond AZT, other AIDS drugs were being developed, and companies were charging exorbitant prices. ACT UP argued that much of the basic research behind these drugs was funded by taxpayers through NIH grants, so the public had already paid for the development. Why should they pay again at the pharmacy counter? They demanded that drugs developed with public funding be priced accessibly. In 1989, ACT UP targeted Burroughs Wellcome again, this time invading the New York Stock Exchange. 7 activists, including Peter Staley, gained access to the exchange floor, chained themselves to the VIP balcony, and unfurled a banner reading "Sell Welcome." They used fake IDs and dressed in business suits to get past security, which is pretty audacious when you think about it. The protest made headlines and, combined with sustained pressure, contributed to Burroughs Wellcome's decision to lower the price of AZT by 20%. Not enough activists argued, but a victory nonetheless. The diversity of ACT UP's membership was both a strength and a challenge. The organization brought together people from all walks of life: white and black, rich and poor, gay and straight, men and women. Women in ACT UP fought for recognition that AIDS affected them too, not just gay men. They pushed for the CDC to change its AIDS definition to include conditions that affected women, like cervical cancer and chronic yeast infections. The original CDC definition focused on opportunistic infections seen primarily in men, which meant many women with AIDS-related conditions weren't counted and couldn't access benefits or treatment trials. Women activists in ACT UP fought this exclusion and eventually won an expanded definition. Similarly, activists of colour pushed ACT UP to recognise that AIDS was devastating communities of colour, particularly Black and Latino communities, where injection drug use was a significant transmission route. They argued that ACT UP's predominantly white gay male leadership needed to broaden its focus and tactics to be effective in these communities. These internal struggles weren't always smooth, and there were times when tensions around race, gender and class threatened to fracture the organisation. But at its best, ACT UP modelled coalition building across difference, united by the common cause of fighting AIDS. The personal toll on activists was immense. Many ACT UP members were themselves HIV positive. They were fighting for their lives while watching their friends die. Meetings would include moments of silence for members who had passed. Protests were often led by people who were visibly ill. The emotional intensity was overwhelming. This wasn't abstract political organising, but intimate, urgent survival work. Vito Russo, the film historian who wrote The Celluloid Closet, was an ACT UP member who gave a famous speech in 1988 titled Why We Fight. In the speech, he listed friends who had died. If I'm dying from anything, I'm dying from the sensationalism of newspapers and magazines and television shows which are interested in me as a tweaking story. If I'm dying from anything, I'm dying from the fact that not enough rich, powerful white heterosexuals have it. And if I'm dying from anything, I'm dying from racism because the majority of people with AIDS in this country are people of colour. Russo died from AIDS complications in 1990. His speech captured the multifaceted nature of the fight, against the disease, against media sensationalism, against racism, against classism, against a society that valued some lives over others. ACT UP's impact went beyond specific policy victories. The organisation changed the culture of medical research and drug development. Before ACT UP, patients were largely passive recipients of whatever treatments doctors and pharmaceutical companies saw fit to provide. Clinical trials were designed by researchers with little input from those who would actually take the drugs. The idea that patients should have a say in how research was conducted, what drugs were prioritised, how trials were structured, this was revolutionary. ACT UP introduced the concept of patient advocacy into pharmaceutical development. They demanded seats at the table and earned them through their expertise and persistence. Today, patient advocacy groups are standard in drug development. Cancer research includes cancer patients' perspectives. Clinical trials for various conditions incorporate input from patient communities. This is so commonplace now that we forget how radical it was when ACT UP first demanded it. The organisation also pioneered what's now called treatment activism, the idea that patients could become experts in their conditions and advocate for better treatments. The model has been adopted by communities facing other diseases, from breast cancer to multiple sclerosis to rare genetic conditions. ACT UP showed that you don't need a medical degree to understand medical issues if you're motivated enough to learn, and that lived experience with the disease provides insights that pure academic knowledge can't match. ACT UP's media strategies were ahead of their time. They understood the power of images, the importance of sound bites, the need to control the narrative. In an era before social media, they were masters at generating press coverage, creating visual spectacles that cameras couldn't resist, crafting slogans that were memorable and shareable. Silence, death. ACT UP. Fight back. Fight AIDS. Healthcare is a right. These slogans were designed to fit on signs, to be chanted in unison, to stick in people's minds. Their protest tactics influenced subsequent social movements. When you see activists blocking traffic today, staging die-ins, dropping banners from buildings, using guerrilla art tactics, you're seeing ACT UP's legacy. They demonstrated that marginalised communities could seize attention through creative disruption, that anger when properly channeled could be powerful, that sometimes the only way to be heard is to refuse to be ignored. By the early 1990s, ACT UP had achieved remarkable successes. Drug approval processes were faster. Pharmaceutical prices, while still too high, had been pressured downward. Public awareness of AIDS had increased dramatically. The US. Government was investing more in AIDS research. International bodies were beginning to coordinate responses, and people with AIDS were being treated with more dignity, as patients deserving of care rather than sinners deserving of punishment. But the victories came at tremendous cost. The organisation's intensity, which was its strength, also led to burnout and internal conflict. As the epidemic evolved and treatments improved, which we'll discuss in later chapters, disagreements emerged about priorities and tactics. Some felt that ACT UP's confrontational approach was no longer necessary. Others argued that the fight was far from over and aggressive tactics were still needed. Splits occurred, with different factions pursuing different strategies. The toll of continuous activism on people who were simultaneously fighting their own illness was unsustainable. Many of ACT UP's most effective members died from AIDS. Others, exhausted and traumatized, stepped back from activism. By the mid-1990s, the organization's energy had waned, though chapters continued to operate and conduct actions. But ACT UP's legacy endures. They proved that activism could work, that ordinary people could challenge powerful institutions and win. They showed that knowledge is power and that educating yourself is a form of resistance. They demonstrated that fighting for your life is a valid response to being left to die. They turned the stigma of AIDS on its head, refusing to be shamed and instead shaming those who failed to act. The phrase silence death remains powerful because it's universal. It applies to AIDS, certainly, but also to any situation where injustice thrives in quiet acceptance. The AIDS activists taught us that speaking up, making noise, refusing to accept the unacceptable is not just a right, but sometimes a survival necessity. As we move forward in this story, towards treatment breakthroughs and eventually to AIDS becoming a manageable chronic condition for many, remember that none of that would have happened without ACT UP and the broader AIDS activist movement. The drugs that save lives today exist in part because activists demanded faster development. The FDA approval processes that get treatments to patients more quickly were reformed because activists forced the changes. The recognition of AIDS as a global health priority came about because activists refused to let the world forget. The activists of ACT UP weren't saints. They made mistakes, had internal conflicts, sometimes pursued tactics that backfired. They were human, flawed, and fighting under impossible circumstances. But their courage, their creativity, their refusal to accept death quietly, these qualities make them heroes in the truest sense. They fought not just for themselves, but for everyone who would come after, ensuring that the silence that had allowed the epidemic to flourish would never again go unchallenged. From the streets of New York to the halls of the FDA, from Wall Street to St. Patrick's Cathedral, ACT UP made itself impossible to ignore. They took the invisibility that had allowed their community to be dismissed and destroyed it, demanding to be seen, heard, and helped. In doing so, they changed the trajectory of the AIDS epidemic and left a blueprint for activist movements that would follow. The birth of AIDS activism represents one of the great turning points in this epidemic story. What had been a crisis met with silence became a crisis met with shouting. What had been a disease affecting the invisible became undeniably visible. What had been a death sentence accepted with resignation became a battle cry for survival. The activists didn't end the epidemic. That would take more scientific advances and global cooperation, but they changed its terms. They ensured that people with AIDS would be treated as patients deserving of care, not pariahs deserving of punishment. They forced resources and attention toward a crisis that had been deliberately ignored. They proved that even the most marginalized communities could find power through organization, education, and determined action. As we transition to the next chapters, which will cover the development of treatments and the eventual transformation of AIDS from automatic death sentence to chronic condition, carry with you the knowledge of what made those advances possible. The drugs didn't develop themselves. The FDA didn't reform on its own. The funding didn't materialize from nowhere. Every advance was fought for, often by people who were dying and knew they were fighting for future generations rather than themselves. That selfless courage, that determination to fight even when the odds seemed impossible, that refusal to accept silence in the face of death, these define the ACT UP era and the broader AIDS activist movement. They remind us that progress isn't inevitable, that rights aren't given but won, and that sometimes the most powerful thing marginalized people can do is simply refuse to die quietly. The silence had been death. But the noise, the glorious, angry, determined noise of AIDS activism became life. Not for everyone, the death toll would continue to mount, but for many who came after, for the future that the activists were building even as they died. Their legacy is written in every AIDS drug on pharmacy shelves, in every clinical trial that includes patient perspectives, in every social movement that takes inspiration from their tactics. ACT UP fought back, and in fighting they changed everything. Their story isn't just a chapter in AIDS history, it's a masterclass in what happens when ordinary people decide that their lives matter enough to fight for. It's a reminder that anger, properly channeled, can be transformative. It's proof that silence isn't the only option, even in the darkest times. The activists lit a torch in the darkness of the AIDS epidemic, and that torch still burns today, illuminating the path for anyone who faces injustice and refuses to accept it. Their fight continues in every person who speaks up for their health, who demands access to treatment, who refuses to let disease carry shame. From the fire of their activism, hope began to emerge. Not overnight, not easily, but steadily. The treatments would improve, the epidemic would slowly be brought under control in wealthy countries, though the global fight was far from over, and eventually the impossible dream of AIDS as survivable became reality for many. That's where our story goes next, into the science that finally delivered effective treatments, and the continuing fight for those treatments to be accessible to all. But none of it, absolutely none of it, would have happened without the activists who decided that dying quietly was not an option. ACT UP's legacy is simple and profound. They refused to let a disease kill them in silence, and in their refusal, they saved countless lives. That's activism at its most powerful, turning personal tragedy into collective action, transforming grief into change, proving that even facing death, people can find the strength to fight for life. And fight they did. So after all that activism, all those protests, all that shouting and demanding and refusing to die quietly, you might be wondering, did any of it actually lead to treatments? Well, yes and no, and mostly it's complicated, which is basically the theme of the entire AIDS epidemic. The story of AZT, the first drug approved to treat AIDS, is one of scientific ingenuity, desperate hope, devastating side effects, corporate greed, and the eternal question of whether a cure that kills you almost as fast as the disease is really a cure at all. Spoiler alert, it's complicated. Let's start at the beginning, and by beginning I mean way before AIDS was even a twinkle in a virus's eye. AZT, or azithromycin, try saying that 5 times fast after a couple of drinks, wasn't invented for AIDS. It was actually synthesized back in 1964 by a researcher named Jerome Horwitz at the Detroit Institute of Cancer Research. Horwitz was looking for a cancer treatment, specifically trying to create molecules that would interfere with cancer cell replication. AZT was one of many compounds he created, and when it was tested against cancer cells, the results were, to put it gently, underwhelming. The drug didn't do much against cancer, so it was shelved, filed away as yet another promising idea that didn't pan out. Science is full of these almost wares, compounds that get created, tested, found lacking, and forgotten in laboratory freezers. And there AZT sat for 2 decades, gathering metaphorical dust while the world went about its business, completely unaware that this failed cancer drug would eventually become the center of one of the most desperate medical dramas in modern history. It's kind of amazing when you think about it. A drug created in 1964 for cancer, abandoned as useless, then suddenly becomes the world's most sought-after medication in the 1980s. Science works in mysterious ways, or at least in ways that involve a lot of trial and error and luck. Fast forward to 1984. AIDS has been identified, HIV has been discovered, and the race is on to find something, anything that might treat this deadly virus. At Burroughs Wellcome, a pharmaceutical company based in North Carolina, scientists were screening thousands of compounds to see if any of them had activity against HIV. This is standard drug development practice. You test everything you can get your hands on against the target, hoping something sticks. Most things don't, but occasionally you get lucky. One of the compounds they tested was AZT, which had been pulled from storage at the National Cancer Institute. When they tested it against HIV in laboratory conditions, the results were remarkable. AZT inhibited the virus's replication. In petri dishes at least, this old failed cancer drug was stopping HIV in its tracks. The scientists at Burroughs Wellcome had found their lead compound, and the excitement was palpable. After years of watching people die with no treatment available, here was something that actually worked against the virus. In a lab setting, which, as anyone in drug development will tell you, is very different from working in actual human beings. But in 1985, with thousands dying and no alternatives in sight, laboratory results were enough to move forward with human trials. The first clinical trial of AZT began in 1985, and it was a phase 1 trial, meaning it was primarily designed to test safety rather than effectiveness. 19 patients with AIDS were given AZT in various doses, and researchers monitored them for side effects and any signs of improvement. The initial results were encouraging. Patients seemed to improve. Their CD4 counts, those crucial immune cells that HIV destroys, went up. Some patients gained weight, felt better, had more energy. After months of watching patients decline inexorably toward death, doctors were seeing people improve. It was unprecedented. It was hopeful. It was, for the first time in the epidemic, something approaching good news. Based on these promising Phase 1 results, Burroughs Wellcome moved quickly to Phase 2 trials. Now, Phase 2 trials are larger and are designed to actually measure whether a drug works, not just whether it's safe. The Phase 2 AZT trial was a randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled study, which is the gold standard of clinical research. This means that patients were randomly assigned to receive either AZT or a placebo, a sugar pill with no active ingredient, and neither the patients nor the doctors knew who was getting what. This design eliminates bias and allows researchers to determine whether any improvements are actually due to the drug or just chance. The trial enrolled 282 patients with AIDS or AIDS-related complex, ARC, a term used at the time for people with HIV symptoms that hadn't yet progressed to full AIDS. They were divided into two groups. 145 received AZT and 137 received placebo. The trial was scheduled to run for 6 months, with researchers tracking survival rates, opportunistic infections, and overall health. But the trial didn't make it to 6 months. By September 1986, after just 4 months, the Data Safety Monitoring Board called an emergency halt to the study. The reason was dramatic. In the placebo group, 19 patients had died. In the AZT group, just 1 patient had died. That's a staggering difference. The drug appeared to be keeping people alive, and the ethical committee determined that it was no longer justifiable to deny the placebo group access to the potentially life-saving medication. The trial results made headlines. Finally, there was a treatment for AIDS. After years of watching people die helplessly, after all the government inaction and pharmaceutical indifference, here was a drug that actually worked. The FDA moved with unprecedented speed to approve AZT. In March 1987, just 20 months after clinical trials began, a remarkably short time by FDA standards, AZT was approved for the treatment of AIDS. It was the fastest drug approval in FDA history up to that point. For a moment, there was genuine hope. Maybe this was the beginning of the end of the AIDS nightmare. Maybe science had finally caught up with the virus. Maybe people with AIDS would have a fighting chance. And then reality set in, and it set in hard. First, let's talk about the side effects because they were brutal. AZT works by interfering with reverse transcriptase, the enzyme HIV uses to replicate. The problem is that AZT isn't perfectly selective. It also interferes with human cellular processes, particularly in rapidly dividing cells. The result was a laundry list of side effects that made many patients feel like they were choosing between dying from AIDS and dying from the treatment. The most serious side effect was severe anemia. AZT suppressed bone marrow function, which meant that patients' bodies weren't producing enough red blood cells. This led to profound fatigue, weakness, and in severe cases required blood transfusions. Imagine being so sick from your medication that you need regular blood transfusions just to keep functioning. Not exactly the miracle cure everyone was hoping for. There was also nausea, vomiting, headaches, muscle pain, insomnia, and liver toxicity. Many patients described taking AZT as feeling like they were being poisoned, which, in a sense, they were. The drug was toxic enough to slow down the virus, but also toxic enough to make patients miserable. Some patients reported that they felt worse on AZT than they had before starting it, which is a rather discouraging development when you're taking a medication that's supposed to help you. The dosing in those early days made things worse. When AZT was first approved, the recommended dose was incredibly high, around 200 milligrams per day, taken every 4 hours around the clock. That meant patients had to wake up in the middle of the night to take their medication every single night. Already exhausted from the disease and the side effects, they were now sleep-deprived as well. The high dosing was based on the Phase 2 trial results, but it turned out to be more than necessary and contributed significantly to the toxic side effects. Later research would show that lower doses of AZT were just as effective and much more tolerable. By the early 1990s, the recommended dose had been reduced significantly. But for those early patients, the original high-dose regimen was often brutal. Some couldn't tolerate it at all and had to discontinue the medication. Others stuck with it despite feeling terrible, reasoning that feeling awful was better than dying. It was a choice nobody should have to make. Then there was the question of resistance. HIV mutates rapidly, and it didn't take long for the virus to develop resistance to AZT. Patients who initially responded well to the drug would find, after months or a year or two, that it stopped working. The virus had evolved, learned to replicate despite the presence of AZT. When that happened, patients were back to having no treatment options. AZT bought time, but it wasn't a cure, and eventually for most patients the clock ran out. And we haven't even gotten to the price yet. Oh, the price. This is where things go from medically complicated to morally outrageous. Burroughs Wellcome set the price for AZT at approximately $10,000 per patient per year. At the time, this made AZT one of the most expensive drugs ever marketed. $10,000 a year. In 1997, adjusted for inflation, that's roughly $25,000 in today's money. For a drug that had severe side effects, that patients had to take every 4 hours including through the night, and that the virus would eventually become resistant to anyway. The justification from Burroughs Wellcome was that they needed to recoup their research and development costs. Drug development is expensive, they argued, and if companies can't make a profit, they won't develop new drugs. It's the standard pharmaceutical industry argument, and there's some truth to it. Bringing a drug to market costs hundreds of millions of dollars, and most drug candidates fail in development. Companies need to make money on the successes to pay for the failures. But here's where the argument falls apart in AZT's case. Remember how AZT was synthesized? Back in 1964 by Jerome Horwitz at the Detroit Institute of Cancer Research, which was funded by government grants. The compound sat on shelves for 2 decades before Burroughs Wellcome tested it against HIV. And the crucial clinical trials that demonstrated AZT's effectiveness, those were largely conducted with National Institutes of Health funding and support. The government, which is to say taxpayers, had paid for a significant portion of the research that led to AZT's approval. So here was Burroughs Wellcome charging $10,000 per year for a drug that was developed with public money, tested with public support, and desperately needed by people who were dying. Many of those people had lost their jobs and health insurance due to AIDS-related discrimination. They couldn't afford $10,000 a year even if their lives depended on it, which their lives literally did. ACT UP naturally went ballistic. The same activists who had demanded faster drug approval were now demanding affordable drug pricing. They protested outside Burroughs Wellcome headquarters. They disrupted the New York Stock Exchange with their Sell Wellcome banner. They generated media coverage highlighting the company's greed. They made it very clear that profiteering off a dying population was not going to go unchallenged. The pressure worked, at least partially. In 1989, Burroughs Wellcome reduced the price of AZT by 20%, bringing it down to about $8,000 per year. Still incredibly expensive, but activists had proven that pharmaceutical companies could be pressured into lowering prices. It was a victory, though a modest one. The drug remained unaffordable for many, but the price reduction showed that corporate decisions weren't immutable. The pricing controversy raised fundamental questions about drug development and access that remain relevant today. Who should pay for research and development? What profits are reasonable for pharmaceutical companies? What happens when profit motives conflict with public health needs? Should drugs developed with public funding be subject to price controls? These questions didn't get resolved with AZT, and they're still being debated with every new expensive medication that comes to market. For many AIDS patients in the late 1980s, these philosophical debates were secondary to immediate survival concerns. They needed the drug. They needed it to work. They needed it not to make them sicker than they already were. And they needed to be able to afford it. Some patients navigated these challenges through a combination of health insurance, for those lucky enough to still have it, government assistance programs, pharmaceutical company patient assistance programs, which Burroughs Wellcome reluctantly established under activist pressure, and community support. Others went without. Some travelled to other countries where AIDS drugs were cheaper or not yet patented. Some participated in clinical trials for other drugs, using research participation as a pathway to treatment access. Some simply died waiting for access they never got. The AZT story also highlighted the disparities in who benefited from medical advances. White, middle-class gay men with resources and connections were more likely to access AZT than poor Black or Latino patients, for whom systemic barriers to healthcare access compounded the challenges. The drug existed, but access to it was stratified along lines of race, class, and geography. This inequity in AIDS treatment access would become a major issue as the epidemic progressed and affected different communities differently. Meanwhile, scientists were learning more about AZT's limitations and trying to improve upon it. The drug worked by inhibiting reverse transcriptase, but it was what's called a chain terminator, meaning it gets incorporated into the growing viral DNA chain and then stops the chain from extending further. This mechanism was effective but also toxic because human cells have their own DNA replication processes that could be affected. Researchers began exploring other compounds that might work similarly to AZT but with fewer side effects. They also started investigating whether combining multiple drugs might be more effective than single-drug therapy. The concept was logical. If you attack the virus at multiple points in its life cycle, it's harder for it to develop resistance to all the drugs at once. This combination therapy approach would eventually revolutionize AIDS treatment, but in the late 1980s, AZT was essentially the only game in town. Other nucleoside reverse transcriptase inhibitors, NRTIs as they're called because scientists love abbreviations, were in development. DDI, didenosine, and DDC, zalcitabine, were moving through clinical trials, offering hope that there might be alternatives for patients who couldn't tolerate AZT or whose virus had become resistant to it. But these drugs had their own toxicity issues. DDI could cause pancreatitis and peripheral neuropathy. DDC had similar problems. None of them were miracle cures. They were imperfect tools, better than nothing but far from ideal. The FDA, pushed by activists to speed up drug approval, created new pathways for getting experimental drugs to patients faster. The parallel track system allowed patients who couldn't participate in clinical trials to access experimental drugs while trials were ongoing. Accelerated approval pathways allowed drugs to be approved based on surrogate markers, like CD4 counts, rather than waiting years to see if patients actually lived longer. These reforms, born out of the AIDS crisis and activist pressure, sped up drug access and would benefit patients with other diseases in the future. But faster approval didn't solve the fundamental problem. The drugs available in the late 1980s and early 1990s were limited in their effectiveness. AZT extended life by perhaps a year or two for many patients, but the virus always seemed to win in the end. Resistance developed, side effects accumulated, and patients who had hoped AZT would save them found themselves facing the same ultimate outcome, just on a delayed timeline. The psychological impact of this was profound. When AZT was first approved, there was euphoria. Finally a treatment! But as its limitations became clear, hope gave way to a more tempered realism. AZT wasn't a cure. It was a holding action, a way to buy time. And for many patients, that time was purchased at the cost of severe side effects that diminished quality of life even as they extended quantity of life. There were debates within the AIDS community about when to start AZT treatment. Should you take it early, when your immune system was still relatively strong, hoping to maintain health longer? Or should you wait until you were already sick, saving the drug for when you really needed it, and avoiding side effects for as long as possible? These weren't academic questions. They were life and death decisions that patients had to make with imperfect information. The hit hard, hit early approach favored starting treatment as soon as HIV infection was diagnosed, before the virus could cause significant immune damage. The counter-argument was that starting treatment early meant exposing yourself to toxic side effects for longer and potentially developing drug resistance sooner, leaving you without options later. Different doctors and patients chose different strategies, and nobody really knew which approach was best. Later research would show that starting treatment early was generally better, but in the late 1980s, with only toxic drugs available and resistance almost inevitable, the calculus was different. The current treatment paradigm, start therapy as soon as possible with modern, well-tolerated medications, didn't apply when the medications themselves were so problematic. Despite all its flaws, AZT's approval was historically significant. It proved that antiretroviral therapy was possible, that HIV could be inhibited, that the virus wasn't entirely invincible. It established the framework for future drug development and set precedents for how AIDS treatments would be evaluated and approved. Every subsequent AIDS drug built on the foundation laid by AZT, learning from both its successes and its failures. AZT also changed the doctor-patient relationship in AIDS care. Patients, many of whom had educated themselves about their disease through ACT UP and other organizations, became active participants in treatment decisions. They asked questions about side effects, dosing schedules, and resistance patterns. They sought second opinions and demanded to be treated as partners in their care rather than passive recipients of medical wisdom. This shift toward patient empowerment, while already beginning through activism, was accelerated by the complexities of AZT treatment, which required informed decision-making and careful monitoring. The medical community was also learning how to manage HIV infection as a chronic disease rather than an acute, inevitably fatal condition. Doctors developed expertise in monitoring viral loads, managing opportunistic infections, handling drug side effects, and coordinating complex care. AIDS clinics became specialized centers where this expertise was concentrated, providing comprehensive care for patients dealing with multifaceted health challenges. For all its problems, AZT bought time. And in the research world, time is what you need to develop better options. While patients were surviving longer on AZT, scientists were working on the next generation of treatments. The drug classes that would eventually transform AIDS treatment, protease inhibitors, non-nucleoside reverse transcriptase inhibitors, integrase inhibitors, were all in various stages of development. AZT held the line while reinforcements were being prepared. By the early 1990s, additional drugs were becoming available. DDI was approved in 1991, DEC in 1992, D4T, stavudine in 1994. These offered alternatives for patients who couldn't tolerate AZT or whose virus had become resistant. Doctors began experimenting with two drug combinations, hoping that dual therapy would be more effective than monotherapy. But two drug combinations, while somewhat better than single drugs, still weren't enough to fully control the virus. HIV continued to develop resistance and patients continued to decline. The death toll kept rising. Between 1987, when AZT was approved, and 1995, over 250,000 Americans died of AIDS-related causes. AZT and the drugs that followed extended lives, but they didn't stop the dying. The AIDS community's relationship with AZT was complicated. It represented hope and disappointment simultaneously. It was proof that treatment was possible, but also evidence of how far treatments needed to improve. It was a lifeline and a toxic burden. It was expensive and inadequate. It was the best available option, and woefully insufficient. Larry Kramer, never one to mince words, famously called AZT as poison. While this was an oversimplification, the drug did help many people live longer. It captured the frustration of a community that had fought so hard for treatment, only to receive one with such serious limitations. They had demanded drugs, and they got a drug. But the drug they got was imperfect, and the fight for better treatments was far from over. Pharmaceutical companies faced continued pressure to lower prices and develop better drugs. The success of ACT UP's AZT pricing campaigns encouraged continued activism around drug access. International AIDS activists began looking at how to get treatments to developing countries where the epidemic was exploding but prices were prohibitive. The issues of global access to AIDS treatment that would dominate the international response in later years were already emerging. Meanwhile, the science of HIV was advancing rapidly. Researchers understood more about the virus's life cycle, identifying new potential drug targets. The structure of HIV protease, an enzyme crucial for viral replication, was being studied intensively. If scientists could inhibit protease, they might have another weapon against the virus. This research, combined with the lessons learned from AZT and other NRTIs, was laying groundwork for the treatment revolution that would come in the mid-1990s. But that revolution hadn't arrived yet. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, people with AIDS were still dying in large numbers. AZT helped, but not enough. The treatments were better than nothing, but not by as much as everyone had hoped. The gap between the treatments available and the treatments needed remained vast. For those living through this period, the emotional journey was exhausting. There was hope when AZT was approved, despair when its limitations became clear, frustration at its cost, and determination to keep fighting for better options. The AIDS community had learned that they couldn't rely on the government or pharmaceutical companies to prioritize their needs. They had to fight every step of the way for drug development, for approval, for access, for affordability. It was a continuous battle with no end in sight. The AZT story is, in many ways, a microcosm of the entire early AIDS treatment experience. Promising developments followed by disappointing realities, scientific advances hampered by corporate greed, life-extending treatments limited by toxic side effects, hope tempered by harsh truth, progress measured in months of additional survival rather than cures. But within this difficult story, there were also seeds of future success. The research spurred by AIDS was advancing medical knowledge rapidly. The activist pressure was changing how drugs were developed and approved. The patient advocacy movement was ensuring that those affected by disease had voices in their care. The questions raised about drug pricing and access were entering public discourse. All of these factors would contribute to the eventual treatment breakthroughs that would transform AIDS from death sentence to chronic condition. For now, though, in the late 1980s and early 1990s, those breakthroughs were still on the horizon. Patients took their AZT, endured the side effects, watched their friends die anyway, and hoped that something better was coming. The activists kept protesting, demanding more research, better drugs, lower prices. The scientists kept experimenting, looking for the next target, the next compound, the next breakthrough. AZT was the first chapter in the treatment story, but it was far from the last. It showed what was possible while also revealing how much further the science needed to go. It extended lives while reminding everyone that extension wasn't enough. What people wanted was survival, quality of life, a future. The drug that was supposed to be the answer turned out to be just the beginning of a much longer journey. A journey through more toxic drugs with limited efficacy, through continued activist battles, through scientific discoveries that would eventually yield more effective treatments, and ultimately toward the combination therapies that would finally give people with AIDS a fighting chance at normal lifespans. But getting there would require more time, more deaths, more activism, and more scientific breakthroughs. AZT bought some of that time at tremendous cost. It was hope and disappointment wrapped in a single pill, taken every 4 hours, day and night, by desperate people who had no better options. The story of AZT is a reminder that medical progress isn't linear and isn't always triumphant. Sometimes progress means settling for imperfect solutions while working toward better ones. Sometimes hope and disappointment coexist in the same treatment. Sometimes the first step forward is stumbling and painful. But it's also a reminder that first steps matter, even imperfect ones. Without AZT, without the proof of concept that antiretroviral therapy could work, without the lessons learned from its failures and limitations, the treatments that eventually transformed AIDS care might have taken even longer to develop. AZT was a flawed foundation, but it was a foundation nonetheless. As we move forward in this story toward the treatment revolutions of the mid-1990s and beyond, carry with you the complicated legacy of AZT. It was neither the miracle cure that desperate patients had hoped for, nor the complete failure that its harshest critics suggested. It was a beginning. Difficult, expensive, toxic, inadequate, but still a beginning. And from that beginning, better things would come. Not immediately, not without continued struggle, not without more loss. But eventually the scientific research and activist pressure would yield treatments that worked better, lasted longer, and gave people with AIDS something they hadn't had before, a future. That future was still years away when AZT was approved in 1987. The journey to get there would be marked by more deaths, more protests, more scientific discoveries, and eventually triumphant breakthroughs that seemed impossible in those dark early years. But every step of that journey built on what came before, including the imperfect but crucial first step represented by AZT. The first drug was here. It wasn't enough, but it was something. And for people who had nothing for so long, something, even something flawed and expensive and toxic, was still progress. The fight for better treatments would continue, fueled by the same determination that had brought them this far. AZT opened a door. What lay beyond that door was more complicated than anyone had imagined, but at least the door was open, and once opened there was no closing it. The march toward effective AIDS treatment had begun, however stumbling those first steps might have been. Next would come other drugs, other strategies, other battles. The story was far from over, but AZT had proven something crucial. HIV could be fought. The virus wasn't invincible, and that knowledge, that proof of concept, was perhaps AZT's most important contribution, more valuable even than the months of life it extended. The virus could be fought. Now the task was to fight it better. And that fight, armed with new knowledge and unwavering determination, was about to enter its next phase. While activists were storming the FDA and scientists were wrestling with toxic drugs and pharmaceutical companies were counting their profits, something else was happening in the AIDS crisis. Something quieter, more personal, and in many ways just as powerful as any protest or treatment breakthrough. People were sewing. They were taking fabric, thread, needles, paint, photographs, and personal effects, and they were creating panels to remember those they had lost. They were making quilts, and in doing so they were transforming grief into art, statistics into stories, and anonymous deaths into remembered lives. This is the story of the AIDS Memorial Quilt, one of the most profound acts of collective mourning and activism in American history, and how a craft traditionally associated with grandmothers and country homes became a weapon in the fight against indifference. The idea came from Cleve Jones, an activist in San Francisco who'd been deeply involved in the gay rights movement since the 1970s. Jones had worked with Harvey Milk, the first openly gay elected official in California, and had been devastated by Milk's assassination in 1978. Now, less than a decade later, Jones was watching another kind of decimation, his community being ravaged by AIDS. San Francisco, with its large and visible gay community, was being hit particularly hard. By the mid-1980s, it seemed like everyone Jones knew had either died from AIDS or was sick with it. The losses were staggering, and the grief was overwhelming. In November 1985, Jones helped organize an annual candlelight march in San Francisco to honor Harvey Milk and George Moscone, who had been assassinated alongside Milk. During the march, Jones and others carried placards with the names of people who had died from AIDS. As they marched, they taped these placards to the wall of the San Francisco Federal Building. When Jones stepped back and looked at the wall covered with names on white rectangles, he saw something that stopped him in his tracks. The wall looked like a patchwork quilt. That image stuck with him. A quilt, the quintessential American folk art traditionally made by women, often collaborative, each square representing a different person or story, sewn together into something larger and more beautiful than any single piece. What if, Jones thought, there was a quilt for AIDS victims? What if each person who died had a panel made in their memory, and these panels were sewn together into a massive quilt that would represent the enormity of the loss? The idea was brilliant for several reasons. First, it was accessible. You didn't need to be an artist to make a quilt panel. Anyone could participate. Friends, family, lovers, even strangers who wanted to honor someone's memory. Second, it was personal. Each panel could reflect the individual it commemorated, their interests, their personality, their life. Third, it was visual and tangible in a way that statistics weren't. You could see a quilt, touch it, walk among its panels. The abstract became concrete. Fourth, and this was crucial, it was non-threatening. A quilt wasn't a protest sign or an angry slogan. It was craft, art, memory. Even people uncomfortable with AIDS activism might be moved by a quilt. Jones began talking about his idea, and in early 1987 he created the first panel for the AIDS Memorial Quilt. It commemorated his friend Marvin Feldman, who had died from AIDS. The panel was 3 feet by 6 feet, the size of a grave, and it was deliberately designed to be that size so that viewers would understand they were looking at the representation of a human body, a person who had lived and died. From there, the project grew. The Names Project Foundation was established to coordinate the effort, and word spread through the gay community and beyond. People began making panels for loved ones they had lost. The guidelines were simple. Panels should be 3 feet by 6 feet, made of fabric, and should commemorate someone who had died of AIDS-related causes. Beyond that, creators had complete freedom. They could use any materials, any colours, any design. The only requirement was that the panel be durable enough to be displayed and handled. What emerged was extraordinary in its diversity and creativity. Some panels were simple, a name embroidered on fabric, perhaps with birth and death dates. Others were elaborate works of art, featuring photographs transferred onto fabric, leather jackets sewn onto the panel, favourite t-shirts incorporated into the design, personal items like car keys or teddy bears attached. There were panels covered with sequins for people who loved glitter and glamour. There were panels featuring rainbow flags, musical notes, company logos, sports memorabilia, religious symbols. Each panel was unique because each person it commemorated was unique. The personal touches were what made the quilt so powerful. Here was a panel with a bowling shirt and bowling pins for someone who loved to bowl. Here was one covered with champagne corks for someone who loved to celebrate. Here was a panel made from a wedding dress, commemorating a woman who never got to wear it. Here was one with a favourite recipe carefully reproduced in fabric. Here was a panel featuring a nurse's cap for someone who had dedicated their life to caring for others, only to find inadequate care in their own final days. By October 1987, enough panels had been created for the first major display. The Names Project organised an exhibition on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. Volunteers laid out 1,120 panels on the grass, covering a space larger than a football field. It was the first time the quilt had been displayed in its entirety, and the visual impact was staggering. Imagine standing at the edge of the mall looking out over nearly 2,000 individual memorials, each one representing a person who had died. The patches of colour stretched across the grass like a vast, sad garden. From above, which is how the aerial photographs captured it, the quilt looked like a giant patchwork blanket spread across the lawn. But when you walked among the panels, the macro view gave way to intimate details. You could read the names, see the photographs, touch the fabrics. You could stop at a panel featuring a cartoon character and know that someone had loved that character enough for friends to sew it into their memorial. You could see a panel covered with baseball memorabilia and understand that someone had been a passionate fan. The statistics became stories, the numbers became names, and names became people. The first display attracted roughly 500,000 visitors over a weekend. People came from all over the country to see the quilt, to find panels of people they had lost, to add panels they had created, to bear witness to the loss. Celebrities read names aloud from a stage, a ritual that would become a tradition at quilt displays. For hours, volunteers read the names of every person represented in the quilt, a somber litany of loss that drove home the human cost of the epidemic. The media covered the event extensively, and for many Americans it was the first time they truly grasped the scale of AIDS deaths. Reading statistics in a newspaper is one thing. Seeing nearly 2,000 individual memorials spread across the National Mall is something else entirely. The quilt made the crisis visceral and undeniable. After the Washington display, the quilt went on tour. Portions of it travelled to cities across the United States, displayed in convention centres, parks, and other public spaces. At each stop, new panels were added. The quilt grew exponentially. By the time it returned to Washington in 1988, it had doubled in size to nearly 8,300 panels. In 1989, it was displayed again, this time with over 10,000 panels. By 1992, the quilt included over 20,000 panels and was too large to be displayed in its entirety anywhere. Portions were displayed while the rest remained in storage. The growth of the quilt tracked the growth of the epidemic. Each new panel represented another death, another loss, another family grieving. The quilt was both memorial and chronicle, documenting the epidemic's toll in the most personal terms possible. And it kept growing because the dying didn't stop. Creating a panel for the quilt became a therapeutic act for many. It was a way to process grief, to honour someone's memory, to participate in communal mourning. Quilt-making workshops sprang up in community centres and AIDS organisations, where people came together to sew and share stories about those they had lost. The act of creating, choosing fabrics, arranging designs, stitching memories into cloth, provided a focus for grief that might otherwise be overwhelming. There's something about the meditative rhythm of sewing that lends itself to mourning. The repetitive motion of needle and thread, the focus required to create something beautiful, the tactile connection to materials, all of it creates a space for reflection. People talked as they sewed, sharing memories, tears, and sometimes laughter about the people they were commemorating. The workshops became support groups as much as craft sessions. The quilt also served an important educational purpose. When it was displayed, volunteers would set up information booths alongside the panels, providing facts about AIDS transmission, prevention, and testing. People who came to see the quilt were often moved to learn more about the disease and how to protect themselves and others. The memorial became a vehicle for public health education in a way that government campaigns had largely failed to achieve. For many viewers, the quilt was their first personal connection to AIDS. They might not have known anyone with AIDS, or thought they didn't, but walking among the panels, reading about individual lives, seeing the personal effects and loving tributes, they connected emotionally to the loss. A panel might remind them of someone in their own life. The baseball fan panel might echo their own father's love of sports. The panel with Broadway playbills might remind them of their theatre-loving friend. These connections humanized AIDS victims in ways that abstract statistics never could. The quilt also challenged prevailing stereotypes about who got AIDS. While the majority of panels commemorated gay men, there were also panels for women, children, haemophiliacs, injection drug users, and others. Families made panels for children who had contracted HIV through blood transfusions. Parents made panels for daughters who had become infected through heterosexual contact. The diversity of the quilt's panels reflected the diversity of the epidemic's victims and challenged the narrow gay plague narrative. Perhaps most powerfully, the quilt restored dignity to AIDS deaths. In an era when people with AIDS were often shunned, when some funeral homes refused to handle their bodies, when families sometimes rejected dying relatives, the quilt insisted on honouring every person it commemorated. Each panel was a declaration that this person mattered, that their life had value, that their death deserved to be mourned. In a society that often dehumanized AIDS victims, the quilt was an act of radical rehumanization. The panels told stories that countered the stigma. Here was a panel featuring family photographs and the message father, son, brother, uncle, friend, we love you and miss you. Here was one with a stethoscope and the words, he dedicated his life to healing others. Here was a panel covered with children's handprints, created by a class of students for their beloved teacher. These weren't AIDS victims in some abstract sense. These were fathers and sons, doctors and teachers, friends and lovers, people whose lives touched others in meaningful ways. The quilt also gave voice to anger alongside grief. Some panels included political messages, killed by government neglect, or he didn't have to die, or we won't forget. These panels reminded viewers that the deaths weren't natural disasters, but were, in many cases, preventable tragedies exacerbated by government inaction, pharmaceutical greed, and social stigma. The quilt was memorial and protest simultaneously, mourning the dead while indicting those whose failures had contributed to their deaths. International panels began arriving, reflecting the global nature of the epidemic. Panels came from Europe, Latin America, Africa, Asia, anywhere AIDS was claiming lives. The quilt became an international symbol of loss and solidarity, connecting communities worldwide in shared grief and determination. By the mid-1990s, the quilt had become one of the most recognizable symbols of the AIDS epidemic. It had been featured in countless news stories, documentary films, and educational programs. Celebrities and politicians had visited displays and read names. Schools brought students to see portions of the quilt as part of health education. The project had accomplished what Jones had hoped when he first conceived the idea. It had made the AIDS crisis impossible to ignore by giving it a human face. Thousands of human faces sewn into fabric. The logistics of managing the quilt became increasingly complex as it grew. The Names Project Foundation, headquartered in San Francisco, employed staff to receive, catalogue, store, and transport the panels. Each panel was photographed and documented, with information about both the person commemorated and the people who made the panel. Volunteers, thousands of them over the years, helped with everything from panel construction workshops to display logistics to fundraising. Displaying the quilt was a massive undertaking. Sections had to be transported, unfolded, arranged, and secured. Volunteers walked paths between panels, helping visitors navigate and providing emotional support for those who became overwhelmed. Name-reading ceremonies required coordination and volunteers willing to stand for hours reading list after list of names. Security was needed to protect the panels from weather and damage. The scale of the project was enormous, but the passion of those involved kept it going. The quilt was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize in 1989, recognition of its power to raise awareness and foster compassion. While it didn't win, the nomination itself highlighted how significant the project had become in the global response to AIDS. As treatment breakthroughs emerged in the mid-1990s, which we'll discuss in upcoming chapters, the rate of new panels slowed in some regions, particularly the United States and Western Europe. Effective antiretroviral therapy meant fewer people were dying, which was obviously good news. But the quilt continued to grow because AIDS continued to kill, particularly in parts of the world without access to treatment and among marginalized populations everywhere. The quilt also evolved. Initially focused on mourning and awareness, it increasingly became a call for action. Display events incorporated advocacy components, voter registration tables, information about contacting elected officials, sign-ups for clinical trials. The quilt was still about remembering the dead, but it was also about protecting the living. Some panels began commemorating not individual deaths but collective losses or concepts. Panels for entire communities devastated by AIDS. Panels representing the loss of a generation of artists or activists. Panels honouring unsung heroes of the epidemic response. The quilt expanded from individual memorial to cultural archive, documenting not just deaths, but the broader impact of AIDS on communities and society. The creation process itself continued to be democratized. Prisons made panels for incarcerated people who had died from AIDS. Schools made panels as educational projects. Support groups made panels as collective healing exercises. Anyone could contribute, and many did. The quilt belonged to everyone touched by AIDS, which by the 1990s was essentially everyone. Walking through a quilt display was, and remains, an emotional experience. The sheer volume of panels overwhelms. You start reading names, looking at faces, absorbing personal details, and the cumulative effect is profound. Each panel is a world lost. Each name is a story ended too soon. After seeing dozens, hundreds, thousands of panels, the scale of the loss becomes almost incomprehensible, and yet, paradoxically, more real because you've encountered each loss individually. Many visitors reported crying while viewing the quilt. Others felt anger or determination, or a mix of emotions they couldn't quite name. Some visitors would find the panel of someone they knew and stand there for long minutes, touching the fabric, tracing the embroidered name, remembering. For them, the quilt was personal in the most intimate way. For others, the quilt was their first real engagement with AIDS, and they left changed, more aware, more compassionate. The reading of names became particularly powerful. Volunteers would stand at microphones for hours, reading name after name after name. The litany was relentless, numbing, and enlightening all at once. You'd hear common names, unusual names, names from every ethnic background, names attached to ages that broke your heart. 5-year-olds, teenagers, young adults in their prime. The names were a reminder that behind every statistic was a person, that the epidemic wasn't an abstraction, but a series of individual tragedies repeated tens of thousands of times. Communities that initially had little connection to the AIDS epidemic found themselves involved through the quilt. Church groups who might have been uncomfortable with gay activism could participate in making panels as a Christian act of compassion. Conservative families who had lost members to AIDS could honour their dead without engaging in overt political activism. The quilt created a big tent under which diverse groups could gather in shared mourning, even if they couldn't agree on other aspects of AIDS politics. The therapeutic benefits of quilt making and viewing were studied by psychologists and social workers. Research found that participating in panel creation helped people process grief, reduced feelings of isolation, and provided a sense of purpose during overwhelming times. Viewing the quilt increased empathy and decreased stigmatizing attitudes toward people with AIDS. The project was art, activism, memorial, and therapy rolled into one. Famous panels commemorated well-known figures who had died from AIDS. Rock Hudson's panel featured his name and life dates, a simple tribute to the actor whose death had shocked America. Liberace's panel was appropriately flamboyant, with piano keys and glittering design. Ryan White's panel honoured the young haemophiliac who had become a symbol of AIDS discrimination. These celebrity panels drew attention, but they were surrounded by thousands of panels for ordinary people whose deaths received no media coverage, but whose lives mattered equally. The quilt also became a repository for artefacts that might otherwise be lost. Personal items sewn into panels, letters, photographs, jewellery, pieces of clothing, preserved tangible connections to the deceased. In a crisis where so many were dying so quickly, where funerals were frequent and grief was constant, the quilt provided a permanent home for memories that might otherwise fade. By the late 1990s and into the 2000s, the quilt had grown to over 40,000 panels. It weighed more than 50 tons. If laid out in its entirety, it would cover more than 1.2 million square feet, roughly equivalent to 24 football fields. These numbers are almost beyond comprehension, and that's precisely the point. The quilt's size forced people to grapple with the enormity of AIDS losses in a way that hearing numbers couldn't achieve. Portions of the quilt continue to be displayed around the world to this day. The Names Project Foundation, now renamed the National AIDS Memorial, maintains the quilt and coordinates displays. While the quilt's growth has slowed with improved treatments reducing AIDS deaths in many regions, it continues to expand because AIDS continues to kill, particularly in regions without access to treatment and among vulnerable populations. The legacy of the AIDS Memorial Quilt extends far beyond AIDS. It influenced how other health movements approached awareness and advocacy. Cancer organizations created similar memorial projects. Survivors of other tragedies adopted the quilt format to honor victims and raise awareness. The model of participatory, decentralized memorial making that the AIDS quilt pioneered has been replicated in various contexts. The quilt also contributed to changing how Americans thought about memorials. The Vietnam Veterans Memorial, dedicated in 1982, had similarly focused on individual names rather than abstract heroism, creating an emotionally powerful experience. The AIDS quilt took this personalization further, not just listing names but celebrating individual lives through personalized panels. Together, these memorials shifted cultural expectations about how we honor collective loss. Looking back at the AIDS Memorial Quilt from today's perspective, it's clear that the project accomplished what its creators hoped. It made AIDS losses visible and undeniable. It personalized victims who had been dehumanized by stigma. It provided therapeutic benefit to those mourning. It educated millions about the epidemic. It raised money for AIDS services and research. It created a permanent archive of an era defined by both tragic loss and remarkable resilience. The quilt stands as testimony to the power of collective action and creative expression. In the face of government inaction and social stigma, ordinary people took cloth and thread and love and created something that changed how the world understood AIDS. They couldn't cure the disease or bring back the dead, but they could ensure that those who died wouldn't be forgotten, that their lives would be honoured, and that their deaths would mean something. Every panel in the AIDS Memorial Quilt represents hours of work by grieving people who chose to create rather than just mourn. They sorted through photographs, selected fabrics, designed layouts, and stitched memories into cloth. They transformed their grief into something tangible and beautiful, something that could educate and move others, something that would outlast their own lives and serve as permanent testament to people they loved. In a crisis defined by so much indifference, government indifference, pharmaceutical indifference, social indifference, the quilt was an act of radical care. Each panel proclaimed this person mattered. This life had value. This death deserves mourning. In insisting on the humanity of each person represented, the quilt countered every dehumanizing force that had allowed the epidemic to flourish. Cleve Jones, reflecting on the project years later, noted that he had hoped the quilt would eventually become unnecessary, that AIDS deaths would stop, that treatments would work, that the epidemic would end. While treatments have indeed improved dramatically, reducing AIDS deaths in places with access to medication, the quilt continues to grow because the work isn't done. People still die from AIDS, still face stigma, still lack access to treatment. The quilt remains both memorial and call to action. It honours the dead while reminding the living that the fight against AIDS continues. It archives a dark chapter in history while insisting that we learn from it. It mourns what was lost while inspiring hope for what can be achieved. For those who lived through the worst years of the AIDS epidemic, the quilt holds particular meaning. It's where they can visit friends who died young, where they can see the names of entire social circles wiped out by disease, where they can touch the fabric and remember. The quilt is their Vietnam Wall, their Holocaust memorial, their permanent reminder of what their community endured and who they lost along the way. And for those who came after, who didn't live through those years, the quilt serves as education and warning. It shows what happens when society fails vulnerable populations. It demonstrates the human cost of political inaction. It reminds us that statistics have faces, that numbers represent lives, and that every death matters. The AIDS Memorial Quilt, memory sewn with love, remains one of the most powerful artistic responses to any tragedy in human history. Born from grief and determination, created by thousands of hands and millions of stitches, it transformed personal loss into collective remembrance and private mourning into public witness. In the darkest hours of the AIDS epidemic, when death seemed omnipresent and hope was scarce, people picked up needles and thread and created something beautiful. They couldn't stop the dying, but they could ensure the dead weren't forgotten. And in that act of creation, in that insistence on memory and dignity, they found a way to resist the forces that would dehumanize and forget. The quilt continues to grow, continues to travel, continues to move those who see it. It remains a testament to love stronger than stigma, memory that outlasts death, and the human capacity to create meaning even in the midst of incomprehensible loss. Sewn with love indeed, sewn with grief and anger and hope and determination. Each stitch a prayer, each panel a person, each section a community's loss. The AIDS Memorial Quilt is art born from tragedy, and it endures as one of the most profound expressions of collective humanity in modern history. From those first panels laid on the National Mall in 1987 to the massive archive it has become today, the quilt tells the story of AIDS in the most intimate terms possible. One life at a time, one panel at a time, one stitch at a time. It is memorial and warning, archive and activism, art and therapy. Most importantly, it is memory. Memory that refuses to fade, memory that insists on being seen, memory sewn with love and preserved in fabric for generations to come. The people commemorated in the quilt are gone, but through the panels that bear their names they continue to speak, to teach, to move us toward a better world, one where such memorials become unnecessary because we've finally learned to care for each other as these panels cared for the dead. That's the power of the AIDS Memorial Quilt. That's its enduring legacy. That's why people continue to make panels and why visitors continue to be moved by displays. Because the quilt insists, in the most beautiful and heartbreaking way possible, that every life matters and every death deserves to be mourned. Memory sewn with love. It's a fitting tribute to lives lost too soon and communities that refuse to let them be forgotten. Throughout this entire story, we've talked about how AIDS was largely ignored by mainstream America because it was seen as a disease affecting marginalized communities, gay men, drug users, people who much of society had already decided didn't matter. We've seen how this perception allowed the government to drag its feet, allowed pharmaceutical companies to price gouge without public outcry, and allowed the epidemic to spread while the majority looked the other way. But what happens when AIDS gets a face that mainstream America can relate to? What happens when the disease stops being about them and starts being about us? Well, that's exactly what happened when two figures emerged whose stories would fundamentally shift how Americans understood AIDS. Ryan White, a teenage hemophiliac from Indiana who just wanted to go to school, and Irvin Magic Johnson, a basketball superstar who announced his HIV diagnosis to a stunned nation. These weren't anonymous victims. These were people America knew, people America couldn't ignore, and their stories changed everything. Let's start with Ryan White, because his story is both heartbreaking and infuriating, and it perfectly encapsulates everything that was wrong with how America responded to AIDS in the 1980s. Ryan was born on December 6, 1971, in Kokomo, Indiana, a small Midwestern city where life was supposed to be uncomplicated and values were supposed to be solid. Ryan was a typical kid in many ways. He loved skateboarding, cars, and hanging out with friends. He had dreams of becoming a car mechanic, not because he had to settle for it, but because he genuinely loved working with engines. He was also a haemophiliac, which meant his blood didn't clot properly due to a missing clotting factor, and he needed regular infusions of a blood product called factor VIII to prevent dangerous bleeding. If you've been paying attention to earlier chapters, you already know where this is going. Factor VIII, as we discussed, was made by pooling plasma from thousands of donors, and in the early 1980s, before HIV screening was implemented, the blood supply was contaminated. Ryan received a contaminated factor VIII infusion in December 1984, and shortly after, he began showing signs of severe illness. In February 1985, he was diagnosed with AIDS. He was 13 years old. Think about that for a moment. A 13-year-old kid dealing with all the normal challenges of being a teenager, school, friends, figuring out who he was going to become, suddenly gets told he has a disease that's killing thousands of people and for which there's no cure. The doctors told Ryan and his mother, Jean White, that he probably had 6 months to live. 6 months. He was in 8th grade thinking about high school and doctors were telling him he wouldn't make it past summer. But Ryan didn't die in 6 months. He was sick, certainly, battling fatigue and infections that his compromised immune system couldn't fight properly, but he didn't die. And as he started to recover some strength, he wanted to do what any kid his age wanted to do, go back to school. He had missed most of his 8th grade year due to illness and hospitalization, and he wanted to return for 9th grade at Western Middle School in Russiaville, a town near Kokomo. What happened next says everything about American society in 1985. When Ryan tried to return to school in August 1985, the school superintendent denied his request. The reason? Fear. Parents were terrified that their children would catch AIDS from Ryan. Never mind that by 1985, medical science had established that HIV couldn't be transmitted through casual contact. Not through touching, not through sharing a drinking fountain, not through sitting in the same classroom. The virus required direct exchange of bodily fluids, typically through sexual contact, sharing needles or blood transfusions. You couldn't catch AIDS from being in the same room as someone who had it. You couldn't catch it from hugging them, from talking to them, from eating lunch with them. The science was clear. But fear isn't rational, and the fear surrounding AIDS in 1985 was particularly irrational. People saw their televisions showing images of gay men dying in hospital beds, heard about this mysterious gay plague, read sensationalized headlines, and they panicked. They didn't understand the disease, and what they didn't understand they feared. So when Ryan White, a quiet teenager who just wanted to go to school, tried to attend classes, the community of Howard County, Indiana essentially lost its collective mind. Parents organized protests against Ryan's return. They threatened to pull their children from school if Ryan was allowed to attend. They circulated petitions. They held meetings where they demanded that the school board keep Ryan out. Some of these meetings got heated, with parents shouting about their children's safety, demanding that the school protect normal kids from this threat. The rhetoric was ugly. Ryan was called that AIDS kid, diseased, a threat to public health. He wasn't Ryan White, the teenager who liked cars and skateboarding. He was AIDS personified, a walking danger to be feared and avoided. Jean White, Ryan's mother, was determined to fight for her son's right to an education. She contacted lawyers and eventually filed a lawsuit against the school district. The case went to court, and Ryan had to sit there while attorneys argued about whether he should be allowed to go to school, whether his presence endangered other students, whether his civil rights outweighed community fears. A judge ultimately ruled in Ryan's favour, citing the medical evidence that HIV wasn't transmitted through casual contact, and that Ryan posed no threat to other students. You might think that would be the end of it. A court had ruled, the science was clear, case closed. But no, the community wasn't satisfied. When Ryan finally returned to school in February 1986, over a year after his initial diagnosis, the reception was hostile beyond belief. Other students avoided him in the hallways. Teachers treated him differently. Someone shot a bullet through the Whites' living room window. Their car tires were slashed. They received death threats. Restaurants refused to serve them. Their church made them feel unwelcome. The community that was supposed to embrace this sick teenager instead treated him and his family like pariahs. The discrimination wasn't just social ostracism. When Ryan used a bathroom at school, some parents demanded it be disinfected afterward. When he tried to drink from a water fountain, other kids wouldn't use it for fear of contamination. He had to use a separate bathroom, eat lunch alone, and endure constant whispers and stares. His locker was vandalized with slurs. Kids called him names, taunted him, made his life miserable. Remember, this was a kid who had done nothing wrong, who had contracted HIV through medical treatment for a pre-existing condition, who was fighting for his life while also fighting for basic dignity. And his community responded with cruelty. The situation became so unbearable that after a school year of harassment, the White family made the difficult decision to leave Kokomo entirely. They moved to Cicero, Indiana, a small town near Indianapolis, hoping for a fresh start. And they found one, sort of. The community in Cicero was more accepting, and Ryan enrolled at Hamilton Heights High School. The school superintendent met with students and parents beforehand, explaining HIV transmission and emphasizing that Ryan posed no risk. When Ryan arrived at Hamilton Heights, a group of students was there to greet him, shake his hand and welcome him. The contrast between Kokomo's response and Cicero's response was stark and telling. Same kid, same disease, same medical facts, but completely different community reactions. It showed that fear and stigma weren't inevitable. They were choices, often made in the absence of education and leadership. When community leaders chose to inform rather than inflame, when they emphasized science over fear, acceptance was possible. Ryan's story gained national attention, turning him into an unlikely celebrity. He appeared on television shows, gave interviews, and testified before Congress about his experiences. His story put a face on AIDS that mainstream America could relate to. A white, middle-class, heterosexual teenager who contracted the disease through no fault of his own. The media often emphasized Ryan's innocence, contrasting him with gay men who they implied had brought the disease upon themselves through their lifestyle. This framing was problematic for obvious reasons. It suggested that some AIDS victims were more deserving of sympathy than others, that gay men who contracted HIV sexually were somehow guilty while Ryan was innocent. Activists within the AIDS community had mixed feelings about Ryan's prominence. On one hand, they were grateful that his story was raising awareness and humanizing the disease. On the other hand, they were frustrated that it took a straight white teenager to get America's attention, when thousands of gay men had been dying for years. The media's focus on Ryan's innocence implicitly condemned others as guilty, reinforcing the moralistic framing of AIDS that had hampered the response from the beginning. Still, Ryan himself consistently spoke out against discrimination toward all AIDS patients, regardless of how they contracted the disease. He understood that the stigma he faced was the same stigma faced by gay men, by drug users, by everyone with AIDS. Ryan became friends with celebrities who had championed AIDS causes. Elton John became particularly close to Ryan and his family, providing both emotional support and financial assistance. Michael Jackson befriended Ryan as well. These celebrity connections amplified Ryan's voice and brought even more attention to his cause. Throughout all of this, Ryan was still fighting the disease itself. AZT, newly approved, was available to him, and he took it, dealing with the side effects we discussed in the previous chapter. His health fluctuated. Sometimes he felt well enough to attend school and live relatively normally. Other times he was hospitalized with infections that his weakened immune system couldn't fight. Through it all, he maintained remarkable grace and composure, rarely complaining and consistently advocating for others with AIDS. Ryan's ultimate goal was to graduate high school and live to see his 18th birthday. He was close, so close to achieving both. In his senior year at Hamilton Heights, he was an ordinary high school student in many ways, going to dances, hanging out with friends, even going on dates. He had plans for after graduation, considering attending college to study automotive technology, still pursuing that dream of working with cars. But in March 1990, just 2 months before his scheduled graduation, Ryan developed a respiratory infection. His weakened immune system couldn't fight it off, and his condition deteriorated rapidly. He was hospitalized in Indianapolis, where doctors did everything they could, but Ryan's body was too compromised. On April 8, 1990, Ryan White died. He was 18 years old. He had just barely made it to that milestone birthday, but he never got to graduate. His death made national headlines. President George H.W. Bush issued a statement praising Ryan's courage. Celebrities mourned publicly. Elton John sang Skyline Pigeon at Ryan's funeral, which was attended by over 1,500 people, including First Lady Barbara Bush. For many Americans, Ryan's death drove home the reality of AIDS in a way that statistics never had. Here was this brave kid who had fought for his rights, endured cruel discrimination, maintained his dignity throughout, and still died. The unfairness of it resonated deeply. Ryan's legacy extended far beyond his death. Just 4 months after he died, Congress passed the Ryan White Care Act, comprehensive legislation that provided funding for AIDS treatment and support services, particularly for those without insurance or resources. The act was the largest federally funded program specifically for AIDS services, and it transformed care for AIDS patients across the country. It funded clinics, medications, housing assistance, and support services for millions of people over the following decades. The law was named in Ryan's honor, ensuring that his name would be associated with compassion and care rather than the discrimination he had faced. Ryan White's story forced America to confront its own prejudices and fears. Here was a kid who had done nothing wrong, who had contracted a disease through medical treatment, and who had been treated shamefully by his community. His courage in the face of that discrimination, his willingness to speak out and educate others, his insistence on living as normal a life as possible despite his illness, all of this made him a powerful symbol. The fact that he was denied such basic things as going to school, eating in restaurants, and feeling safe in his community exposed the irrational fear and cruelty that AIDS had provoked. But Ryan's story also exposed uncomfortable truths about who gets sympathy in America. It shouldn't have taken a straight white teenager to make AIDS real for mainstream America. Thousands of gay men had been dying for years, but their deaths hadn't provoked the same level of public empathy. Ryan was the innocent victim in the narrative, implying that others were guilty. This framing was both useful, it did raise awareness and shift some attitudes, and harmful. It reinforced the idea that some people with AIDS deserved sympathy while others didn't. Now let's fast forward to November 7th, 1981, about a year and a half after Ryan's death. This was the day that another seismic shift in AIDS public perception occurred, courtesy of Irvin "Magic" Johnson, one of the most beloved athletes in America. If Ryan White made AIDS real for parents worried about their children, Magic Johnson made it real for sports fans, for young black Americans, and for people who still thought AIDS was exclusively a gay disease. Magic Johnson was a basketball legend. He had led the Los Angeles Lakers to 5 NBA championships during the 1980s, dazzling fans with his brilliant passing, his infectious smile, and his sheer joy on the basketball court. At 6'9", he was unusually tall for a point guard, and he used that height combined with incredible court vision to revolutionize the position. He was part of one of basketball's greatest rivalries, facing off against Larry Bird and the Boston Celtics in memorable finals series. His nickname Magic was earned by his ability to make the impossible seem routine, threading passes through traffic, seeing the court like a chess master sees the board. Beyond his basketball skills, Magic was charismatic, always smiling, always engaging with fans. He was one of the most marketable athletes in the world, with endorsement deals and a public image that was squeaky clean. He was the kind of athlete parents felt comfortable having their kids idolize. He was the American dream personified, a kid from Lansing, Michigan, who had worked hard and made it to the top of his profession. So when Magic called a press conference for November 7th, 1991, the media showed up expecting some kind of routine announcement. Maybe a new business venture, maybe some charity initiative, maybe even retirement. He was 32, which is getting up there in basketball years. Nobody was prepared for what he actually said. Because of the HIV virus that I have attained, I will have to retire from the Lakers today. The room went silent. Jaws dropped. Reporters who had covered Magic for years looked stunned. Did he just say HIV? Magic Johnson, the basketball icon, the picture of health and vitality, had HIV? It seemed impossible. How could someone so vibrant, so alive, so seemingly healthy, have the virus that had killed so many? Magic explained that he had discovered his HIV status during a routine insurance physical for a business venture. The test came back positive, and subsequent tests confirmed it. He was HIV positive, and doctors advised him to retire immediately from basketball to protect his health and avoid the physical stress of professional sports. So there he was, announcing his retirement and his diagnosis simultaneously, shocking the world. The press conference was remarkable for several reasons. First, Magic was composed and even upbeat, flashing his famous smile despite delivering devastating news. He talked about how he planned to become a spokesman for the HIV virus, to educate people about safe sex and prevention. He said he was going to beat the disease and live a full life, He was optimistic in a way that seemed almost incongruous with the gravity of the situation. Second, Magic directly addressed how he had contracted the virus. "I'm far from being homosexual," he said, addressing the immediate question on everyone's mind. He implied that he had contracted HIV through heterosexual sex, which was later confirmed as he discussed his sexually active lifestyle with multiple female partners during his playing days. This was crucial because it shattered the myth that AIDS was exclusively a gay disease. Here was one of the most masculine athletes in America, an unquestioned heterosexual, announcing he had HIV. If Magic Johnson could get it, then anyone could. The reaction to Magic's announcement was immediate and overwhelming. The story dominated news coverage for days. Teammates and opponents expressed shock and support. Fans organised vigils and sent thousands of letters to Magic wishing him well. The stock prices of condom companies actually rose as people suddenly paid attention to safe-sex messaging. If Magic Johnson could get HIV from heterosexual sex, maybe they needed to be more careful. For the sports world, Magic's announcement was particularly significant. Professional athletes were supposed to be superhuman, invincible, beyond the diseases that affected ordinary mortals. Magic's diagnosis showed that wasn't true. It also raised questions about whether other athletes might be infected, whether sports teams should be testing players, whether there was risk in athletic contact. Magic addressed this last concern in his press conference, noting that casual contact, even the physical contact of basketball, didn't transmit HIV, echoing the same facts that Ryan White had repeated countless times. The cultural impact of Magic's announcement was profound, particularly in the African American community. By 1991, AIDS was devastating black communities, where injection drug use was a significant transmission route and where access to healthcare and education was often limited. But discussions about AIDS within black communities were often hampered by stigma and homophobia. Magic's announcement brought the conversation into the open. Here was a hero to millions of black Americans saying he had HIV and talking openly about it. His willingness to discuss his diagnosis gave others permission to talk about the disease as well. Magic became a spokesman for HIV awareness almost immediately. He appeared on talk shows, gave interviews, participated in public service announcements. His message focused on safe sex, particularly condom use and regular testing. He emphasized that anyone could contract HIV regardless of race, wealth, or sexual orientation. The fact that he was alive and well, he looked healthy at his press conference and continued to look healthy, also gave hope that HIV wasn't necessarily an immediate death sentence, especially with proper treatment. However, Magic's messaging wasn't without problems. Some in the AIDS activist community criticized how he discussed his infection. His quick assertion that he wasn't homosexual, while understandable given the stigma, implicitly reinforced the idea that being gay was something shameful to distance oneself from. His focus on heterosexual transmission, while important for reaching new audiences, seemed to minimize the ongoing devastation in gay communities. And his optimism, while inspiring, didn't always acknowledge the realities faced by those without access to the expensive treatments he could afford. There was also criticism of how Magic discussed his sexual history. In his autobiography, published in 1992, he wrote about his promiscuous lifestyle, bragging about the number of women he had been with. Some AIDS activists felt this was irresponsible, that it glamorized the behavior that had led to his infection, rather than emphasizing the importance of safe sex and monogamy. The framing seemed to be that Magic had contracted HIV because he was too successful with women, which was a problematic message. Women's health advocates pointed out that Magic's framing centered him while ignoring the women he had potentially exposed to HIV. He knew he had been sexually active with many partners, and now he knew he was HIV positive. How many of those women had he informed? How many might be infected? Magic did eventually encourage his former partners to get tested, but the focus remained largely on him as the victim, rather than on the potential victims he had left in his wake. Despite these criticisms, Magic's impact on AIDS awareness was undeniably significant. Calls to AIDS hotlines increased dramatically after his announcement. Testing rates went up. Condom sales rose. The conversation about AIDS in America shifted to include heterosexual transmission in ways it hadn't before. Parents who had previously thought they didn't need to talk to their kids about AIDS suddenly realized the conversation was necessary. The "it can't happen to me" mentality that had allowed many heterosexuals to ignore AIDS was shattered. Magic's post-announcement life was itself a form of advocacy. Despite retiring from basketball, he remained healthy enough to play in the 1992 NBA All-Star Game, where he was named Most Valuable Player, receiving a standing ovation from fans. He also played on the 1992 US Olympic basketball team, the famous Dream Team that dominated the Barcelona Olympics. His presence on those stages, healthy and vibrant despite his HIV status, challenged perceptions of what HIV meant. He briefly returned to the Lakers in 1992 and again in 1996, though these comebacks were controversial. Some players expressed concern about playing against someone with HIV, fearing infection through on-court contact. Karl Malone of the Utah Jazz publicly questioned whether it was safe, noting the possibility of being cut during play. Medical experts assured everyone that the risk was essentially zero. HIV couldn't be transmitted through sweat or even through the minor bleeding that might occur during basketball. But the fears persisted, showing how deeply ingrained AIDS stigma remained even as knowledge improved. Magic's longevity became a testament to the power of early intervention and consistent treatment. He was diagnosed relatively early in his infection, before his immune system was severely compromised, and he had access to the best medical care money could buy. He took his medications religiously, maintained a healthy lifestyle, and monitored his health closely. As treatments improved through the 1990s, which we'll discuss in the next chapter, Magic became living proof that HIV didn't have to be a death sentence. Today, more than 3 decades after his diagnosis, Magic Johnson is still alive and healthy at over 60 years old. His viral load is undetectable, meaning the amount of virus in his blood is so low it can't be measured by standard tests. He's living proof that with proper treatment, people with HIV can live long, healthy lives. His continued presence is itself a form of advocacy, showing what's possible. The contrast between Ryan White's and Magic Johnson's experiences with AIDS reflects broader truths about the epidemic. Ryan, despite being the innocent victim that media loved to highlight, died from the disease. He had access to the treatments available in the late 1980s, AZT primarily, but they weren't enough to save him. His immune system was too compromised by the time he was diagnosed, and the medications available were too limited. Magic, diagnosed in 1991 when treatments were slightly better and set to improve dramatically in coming years, survived. He was diagnosed earlier in his infection, had access to comprehensive medical care that most people couldn't afford, and happened to be infected just as the treatment landscape was about to be revolutionized. His survival wasn't just about his positive attitude or willpower, it was about timing, money, and access. This disparity highlights ongoing inequities in AIDS treatment. Those with resources, money, insurance, access to specialists fared better than those without. Gay men who had been dying since the epidemic's beginning often didn't have the resources Magic had. People in developing countries, where the epidemic was exploding, had virtually no access to treatments that cost tens of thousands of dollars per year. Magic's survival, while inspiring, wasn't universally replicable. It required resources that most people with HIV didn't have. Both Ryan and Magic served as faces of AIDS that helped mainstream America engage with the epidemic, but they served different functions. Ryan was the innocent child victim whose story evokes sympathy and outrage at discrimination. His death motivated legislation and shifted some attitudes about AIDS patients' rights. Magic was the heterosexual athlete whose diagnosis proved that AIDS wasn't just a gay disease. His survival demonstrated that HIV wasn't necessarily a death sentence. Together, their stories forced Americans to expand their understanding of AIDS beyond the stereotypes. AIDS wasn't just affecting gay men in San Francisco and New York. It was affecting teenagers in Indiana and basketball stars in Los Angeles. It was in the blood supply that anyone might need. It was a threat to anyone who had unprotected sex. The epidemic that America had tried to ignore because it affected those people had proven it didn't respect such boundaries. The impact of famous faces on public health awareness is a double-edged sword. On one hand, celebrity can amplify messages in ways that ordinary voices can't achieve. Ryan White's story reached millions because he was profiled in news stories and appeared on television. Magic Johnson's announcement was front-page news because he was one of the most famous athletes in the world. Their platforms allowed them to educate people who might never have paid attention to anonymous AIDS statistics. On the other hand, relying on famous faces means that attention is distributed unevenly. Thousands of people had died from AIDS before Ryan White's story made headlines. Their deaths weren't less tragic, but they received less attention because the victims weren't as relatable to mainstream audiences. The media's focus on innocent victims like Ryan implicitly condemned others as guilty. The fact that it took a basketball superstar to get heterosexuals to take AIDS seriously meant that years of activists trying to convey the same message had been ignored. There were other famous faces affected by AIDS throughout the epidemic. Rock Hudson's death in 1985, as we mentioned, shocked America because he was a Hollywood leading man. Liberace's death in 1987, though he denied having AIDS until the end, brought attention to the disease within entertainment circles. Tennis star Arthur Ashe revealed his HIV diagnosis in 1992. He had contracted it through blood transfusion during heart surgery, and became an advocate until his death in 1993. Rapper Eazy-E died from AIDS complications in 1985, shocking the hip-hop community. Each famous death or diagnosis rippled through different communities, raising awareness in specific populations. The cumulative effect of these famous cases was to normalize AIDS as a disease that could affect anyone. The stigma didn't disappear, it persists to this day in many forms, but it diminished somewhat as the faces of AIDS diversified. When your favourite basketball player has HIV, when the kid next door has it, when the movie star you grew up watching dies from it, the disease becomes harder to dismiss as something that happens to other people. Ryan White and Magic Johnson remain two of the most significant figures in AIDS public awareness. Ryan's courage in fighting discrimination while battling the disease itself inspired millions. His name lives on through the Ryan White Care Act, which continues to fund AIDS services decades after his death. Magic's openness about his diagnosis broke barriers and reached audiences that traditional AIDS education hadn't penetrated. His continued survival demonstrates the possibilities of HIV treatment. Their stories also remind us of the epidemic's broader context. Ryan died because treatments weren't good enough yet and because the blood supply hadn't been properly protected. Magic survived because treatments improved and because he had resources to access the best care available. Both outcomes were shaped by factors beyond individual control: timing, access, resources, luck. The epidemic's toll was never just about the virus. It was about societal responses to the virus, about who received care and who didn't, about whose lives were valued and whose weren't. As we move forward in this story toward the treatment breakthroughs that would transform AIDS from death sentence to chronic condition, remember Ryan and Magic. Remember Ryan fighting for his right to go to school, dealing with neighbours shooting at his house, still speaking out with grace and dignity. Remember Magic standing at that podium, flashing his smile while delivering shocking news, vowing to beat the disease and educate others. Their faces became the epidemic's faces for much of America, and through their stories, the abstract became personal, the statistics became human, and the ignored became impossible to overlook. They were just two people in an epidemic that has affected tens of millions. But their stories mattered because they changed perceptions, influenced policies, and reminded everyone that AIDS was about human beings. Children who wanted to go to school, athletes who wanted to play basketball, people who wanted to live their lives without fear or discrimination. In making their struggles public, they gave voice to millions who suffered in silence and forced a nation to confront a crisis it had desperately tried to ignore. Ryan White died at 18, never getting to pursue his dreams of working with cars or seeing where life would take him. Magic Johnson lived, becoming a successful businessman and HIV advocate, watching his children grow up and enjoying the long life that Ryan was denied. Their different outcomes weren't about who fought harder or who wanted it more. They were about timing, resources, and the progress of medical science that came just too late for Ryan and just in time for Magic. That's the cruel arithmetic of epidemics. Some people are saved by breakthroughs, and others die waiting for them. The difference is often just months or years, a matter of when you got sick, what treatments were available, what resources you had. Ryan and Magic, separated by just 7 years in age and 6 years in diagnosis, had vastly different outcomes, not because of anything they did differently, but because of when their particular battles were fought. Their stories continue to teach us. Ryan teaches about the cost of discrimination, about the importance of education over fear, about dignity in the face of cruelty. Magic teaches about resilience, about the value of early treatment, about using platform for good. Together, they teach about an epidemic that touched everyone, regardless of race, sexuality, age, or fame, and about a society slowly learning to respond with compassion instead of fear. The famous faces of AIDS made the epidemic real in ways that statistics couldn't. They gave the crisis a human dimension, allowing people to connect emotionally with the tragedy unfolding. Ryan was someone's son, someone's friend, someone's classmate. Magic was someone's favourite player, someone's idol, someone's inspiration. When these people suffered, it wasn't abstract. It was personal, and that personal connection drove attention, funding, research, and ultimately, progress. But let's not forget the millions without famous faces, whose struggles went undocumented but were no less real. For every Ryan White whose story made news, thousands of other AIDS patients faced similar discrimination without media attention. For every Magic Johnson who could afford the best treatments, millions couldn't access even basic care. The famous faces were important, but they were just the visible tip of a massive iceberg of suffering. As we close this chapter on Ryan and Magic, we carry with us their stories, one of tragedy and one of survival, one of childhood lost and one of life prolonged, one that ended too soon and one that continues today. Their stories are different but connected, both shaped by the same epidemic that changed America and the world. They remind us that diseases don't discriminate, that fear is often worse than the reality, and that compassion can triumph over stigma when given the chance. The next chapter will take us into the mid-1990s, when the treatment breakthroughs that came too late for Ryan arrived in time for Magic and millions of others. The Vancouver miracle of combination therapy would transform AIDS treatment, turning the disease from death sentence into chronic condition. But that transformation was built on the foundation laid by those who came before, the activists who demanded research, the scientists who pursued treatments, the famous faces who raised awareness, and the countless unnamed individuals who suffered and died while the world slowly learned to respond. Ryan White and Magic Johnson, two names that forever changed how America saw AIDS. One died fighting discrimination, the other lived fighting stigma. Both mattered enormously, and both continue to matter as we work toward a world where AIDS no longer kills anyone, famous or not. Their legacy is measured not just in the awareness they raised, but in the lives saved by the policies and treatments their stories helped advance. Ryan's Act continues to fund care for those who need it. Magic's advocacy continues to promote testing and treatment. The battles they fought opened doors for the progress that followed. Famous faces in an infamous epidemic, they showed us that AIDS was everyone's concern. That lesson, hard learned through their struggles, remains as relevant today as it was in the 1980s and 1990s. The faces may have changed, but the fight continues, and we honour Ryan and Magic best by continuing to work toward the day when AIDS claims no more lives, famous or otherwise. After everything we've covered, the mysterious early cases, the government's silence, the activist rage, the toxic first drugs, the memorial quilts, the famous faces, we arrive at a moment that many people who lived through the AIDS crisis describe as almost miraculous. Not miraculous in the religious sense, though some certainly saw it that way, but miraculous in the against all odds, defying expectations, breaking through the darkness sense. This is the story of the 1996 International AIDS Conference in Vancouver, Canada, where the medical world announced that they had finally figured out how to effectively treat HIV. This is the moment when AIDS started its transformation from automatic death sentence to chronic manageable condition. This is when dying people started living again, when those who had resigned themselves to death began making plans for the future, when the impossible suddenly became possible. Welcome to the Vancouver miracle. But before we get to Vancouver, we need to understand what the treatment landscape looked like in the years leading up to 1996, because that context is crucial for understanding why Vancouver was so revolutionary. We've already talked about AZT and its limitations, the toxicity, the resistance, the fact that it slowed the virus but didn't stop it. After AZT came other nucleoside reverse transcriptase inhibitors, NRTIs, DDI in 1991, DDC in 1992, D4T in 1994, 3TC in 1995. Each one works similarly to AZT, blocking the reverse transcriptase enzyme that HIV uses to replicate. And each one had similar problems, toxic side effects, and eventual resistance. Doctors tried combining two of these drugs, hoping that hitting the virus with multiple weapons would be more effective than hitting it with one. Two drug combinations were indeed somewhat better than monotherapy. Patients lived a bit longer, their viral loads dropped more significantly, and resistance took a bit longer to develop. But somewhat better wasn't good enough. The virus still won in the end. People still got sick and died, just on a slightly delayed timeline. It was like having a leak in your boat and using two buckets instead of one to bail water. You stayed afloat longer, but you were still sinking. The death toll in the early to mid-1990s was staggering. In the United States alone, AIDS deaths peaked in 1994 and 1995, with over 40,000 people dying each year. These weren't gentle deaths. AIDS deaths were often prolonged, painful, and undignified. Patients wasted away, losing weight and muscle mass until they were skeletal. They developed opportunistic infections that attacked every organ system, pneumonia destroying lungs, toxoplasmosis attacking brains, cytomegalovirus stealing vision, Kaposi's sarcoma marking skin with purple lesions. The treatments available couldn't prevent these infections, only delay them. Doctors and patients were fighting a losing battle, and they knew it. For the gay community that had borne the brunt of the epidemic since its beginning, the losses were incomprehensible. Entire social circles had been wiped out. Survivors described attending funerals every week, sometimes multiple funerals in a single week. They kept address books where they had to cross out names as friends died. They developed survivor's guilt, wondering why they were still alive when so many had died. Mental health crises accompanied the physical health crisis, with depression, PTSD and anxiety rampant in communities that had experienced such concentrated trauma. The AIDS community had been through so much by the mid-1990s. They had fought for recognition, demanded research funding, pressured pharmaceutical companies, organised support networks, created memorials, and endured discrimination. They had won some battles: faster drug approvals, more research funding, increased public awareness. But they were losing the war. The virus was still killing them, and the treatments they had fought so hard to access weren't saving them. Against this backdrop of despair, scientists were working on a new class of drugs that would change everything: protease inhibitors. To understand why protease inhibitors were such a breakthrough, you need to understand a bit about how HIV replicates. We've talked about reverse transcriptase, the enzyme that converts HIV's RNA into DNA. That's one step in the virus's life cycle. Another crucial step comes later, when the virus is assembling new copies of itself. HIV uses an enzyme called protease to cut up long protein chains into the smaller pieces needed to assemble new virus particles. Without protease doing its job, the virus produces defective copies that can't infect new cells. Protease inhibitors block this protease enzyme, essentially preventing the virus from making functional copies of itself. It's a different target than the reverse transcriptase inhibitors were hitting, which means you could combine protease inhibitors with NRTIs and attack the virus at multiple points in its life cycle simultaneously. This was the key insight that would lead to effective treatment. Don't give the virus one obstacle to overcome, give it multiple obstacles at once. The first protease inhibitor, saquinavir, was approved by the FDA in December 1995. This was followed quickly by ritonavir in March 1996 and indinavir in March 1996. The approval of these drugs was itself a testament to the activist pressure that had reformed the FDA approval process. These drugs went through accelerated review based on surrogate markers, CD4 counts and viral loads, rather than waiting years to see if patients actually lived longer. The activism of ACT UP and others had directly enabled these faster approvals. When protease inhibitors were combined with two NRTIs, a three-drug combination that would come to be called highly active antiretroviral therapy, or HAART, the results were unlike anything seen before. Viral loads plummeted. We're not talking about modest decreases here. We're talking about patients whose blood had been swimming with millions of copies of HIV, suddenly having viral loads that were undetectable by standard tests. Undetectable. The virus was still there, hiding in reservoirs throughout the body, but the amount of virus actively replicating was so low that tests couldn't measure it. This was revolutionary. For 15 years, HIV had been essentially unstoppable. The best treatments available might slow it down, but they couldn't stop it. Now suddenly, three-drug combinations were suppressing the virus so effectively that it couldn't be found. CD4 counts, those critical immune cells that HIV destroys, began rising in patients who had been immunocompromised for years. Immune systems were recovering. People who had been sick were getting better. The impossible was happening. The scientific community knew that these results were significant, but the full impact wouldn't be apparent until the 11th International AIDS Conference, held in Vancouver, Canada, from July 7th to 12, 1996. This conference would go down in history as the moment when the tide of the AIDS epidemic visibly turned. The Vancouver conference attracted thousands of attendees: scientists, doctors, activists, people living with HIV, pharmaceutical representatives, public health officials. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Rumours had been circulating about the protease inhibitor results, and everyone was eager to see the data presented. Previous AIDS conferences had often been somber affairs, with incremental progress reported while the death toll continued to mount. Vancouver felt different from the start. The conference theme was One World, One Hope, which in hindsight seems almost prophetic, because what was presented at Vancouver was indeed hope. Real, evidence-based, scientifically demonstrated hope that HIV could be controlled. The star of the conference, at least in terms of sheer drama, was Dr. David Ho, a researcher who had been studying HIV for years and who had been named Time magazine's Man of the Year for 1996. Ho presented data showing that combination therapy with protease inhibitors could reduce viral loads to undetectable levels in the majority of patients. His research suggested that if viral replication could be completely suppressed, it might even be possible to eradicate the virus from the body entirely over time. Ho's hit hard, hit early strategy became the mantra. Start patients on powerful combination therapy as soon as possible after infection, suppress the virus completely and potentially clear it from the body. The optimism was infectious. Maybe, just maybe, they had found a way to actually beat HIV. Other presentations reinforced the message. Study after study showed dramatic improvements in patients on 3 drug regimens. Viral loads were dropping. CD4 counts were rising. Opportunistic infections were decreasing. People were living longer. The data was consistent and compelling. This wasn't a fluke or a small sample. This was real, replicable, revolutionary. The atmosphere at the conference was electric. Attendees who had come expecting another depressing update on a losing battle found themselves listening to presentations that offered genuine hope. Scientists who had been working toward this breakthrough for years finally had validation. Activists who had pushed for drug development saw their efforts bearing fruit. People living with HIV saw a future they hadn't dared imagine. There were tears at that conference, lots of them. But for the first time in the epidemic's history, many of those tears were tears of joy and relief rather than grief. People who had been preparing to die were suddenly being told they might live. The emotional impact was overwhelming. Years of accumulated grief, fear and despair were suddenly met with hope, and the result was cathartic. Of course, not everything presented at Vancouver was celebratory. Researchers also pointed out that these new treatments were incredibly expensive, tens of thousands of dollars per year per patient. They required strict adherence to complicated dosing schedules. They had side effects, though generally more manageable than early AZT. They weren't a cure. The virus remained in the body and would rebound if treatment was stopped. And perhaps most importantly for the global perspective, these treatments were completely out of reach for the vast majority of people with HIV worldwide, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, where the epidemic was exploding. These caveats were important and would become central issues in the coming years. But in the immediate aftermath of Vancouver, the focus was on the breakthrough itself. For wealthy countries with access to these medications, AIDS had transformed overnight. What had been a death sentence was now a treatable condition. The impact on patients was dramatic and gave rise to a phenomenon that became known as the Lazarus effect, named after the biblical figure whom Jesus raised from the dead. People who had been on the brink of death, wasting away with opportunistic infections, suddenly began to recover. It was as if they were being brought back from the dead. Picture someone who had been diagnosed with AIDS in, say, 1994. By 1996, they might have progressed to full-blown AIDS, with a CD4 count in the double digits, normal is 500, 1500, multiple opportunistic infections, dramatic weight loss, and perhaps Kaposi's sarcoma lesions covering their body. They might have made peace with their impending death, put their affairs in order, said their goodbyes. They were dying and everyone knew it. Then they started on hot. Within weeks, their viral load began dropping. Within months, their CD4 count started climbing. The opportunistic infections cleared up as their immune system recovered. They started gaining weight, rebuilding muscle, feeling stronger. The Kaposi's sarcoma lesions began fading. Energy returned. Cognitive function improved. Many patients had suffered HIV-related dementia. They went from planning their funerals to planning their futures. Dr. Paul Volberding, an AIDS physician in San Francisco who had treated patients since the epidemic's beginning, described the transformation as like nothing I had ever seen in medicine. Patients he had been preparing to lose were suddenly thriving. The same wards that had been filled with dying patients were now hosting celebratory reunions, as former patients came back to thank the doctors and nurses who had cared for them. The Lazarus effect was medically remarkable, but it was also psychologically complex. People who had prepared to die now had to figure out how to live. Some had quit their jobs, spent their savings, and said goodbye to their careers. Now they needed to rejoin the workforce, rebuild their finances, and reimagine their futures. Some had ended relationships or pushed people away, not wanting to burden others with their illness. Now they needed to rebuild those connections. The existential shift from dying to living was disorienting, even as it was welcome. There was also survivor's guilt to contend with. Why did they survive when so many others had died? Those who had access to the new treatments were overwhelmingly in wealthy countries with good healthcare systems. primarily North America, Western Europe, and Australia. They were also disproportionately white and middle class, people with insurance and resources. What about the millions who didn't have access? What about the friends who had died just months or years before the breakthrough? The relief of survival was tempered by the grief of knowing how many had been lost, and how many more would continue to die without access to these life-saving medications. The transformation of AIDS from acute fatal illness to chronic manageable condition happened remarkably quickly in places where heart was available. AIDS deaths in the United States dropped by 47% between 1996 and 1997, a single year. That's an almost unimaginable reduction in mortality. By 1998, AIDS had dropped from the top 10 causes of death in the US. For the first time since the epidemic began, the disease that had terrorized a generation was being brought under control. Hospitals that had been overwhelmed with AIDS patients saw those numbers plummet. AIDS wards that had been constantly full began emptying. The specialized hospices that had been created to care for dying AIDS patients found themselves with fewer patients. The entire infrastructure of AIDS care had to adapt to this new reality where patients were living, not dying. For the medical community, heart represented a triumph of scientific research and drug development. The understanding of HIV's life cycle that had been painstakingly built over 15 years had paid off. The identification of viral enzymes as drug targets, the development of inhibitors that could block those enzymes, the realization that combination therapy was necessary to prevent resistance. All of this accumulated knowledge culminated in effective treatment. It was a vindication of biomedical research and a reminder of what was possible when resources were dedicated to fighting a disease. The activist community also deserved enormous credit. Without ACT UP and similar organizations pushing for faster research, demanding accelerated approvals, insisting on patient involvement in drug development, the breakthrough might have come years later, or might not have come at all. The activists had changed the entire paradigm of how diseases were researched and how drugs were developed. Their tactics, which had seemed radical at the time, were now being recognized as essential to the progress achieved. But even as celebration was warranted, serious issues remained. Heart was not a cure. It was management, not eradication. Patients needed to take their medications consistently, typically multiple pills multiple times per day in those early years, and missing doses could allow the virus to rebound and develop resistance. The regimens were complicated and adherence was challenging. The side effects of heart, while generally more tolerable than early AZT, were still significant. Many patients experienced lipodystrophy, abnormal distribution of body fat that caused fat loss in the face and limbs, while fat accumulated in the abdomen and back of the neck. This created a distinctive look that marked someone as being on HIV medications, essentially outing them. Other side effects included nausea, diarrhea, kidney problems, bone density loss, and metabolic changes that increased the risk of heart disease and diabetes. Patients were living longer, but not without ongoing health challenges. The cost of heart was astronomical. In the late 1990s, the drug regimens cost $10,000 to $15,000 per year per patient, and that's in 1996 dollars. For patients with comprehensive health insurance, this might be manageable. For the uninsured, for those in developing countries, for anyone without significant resources, these treatments were completely out of reach. The breakthrough that was saving lives in San Francisco and New York was inaccessible in Nairobi and Kampala, where AIDS was killing millions. This inequity became one of the defining moral issues of the post-Vancouver AIDS era. How could the world celebrate effective treatments while allowing millions to die for lack of access? International activists began pushing for affordable access to AIDS medications globally. They targeted pharmaceutical companies' patent protections, arguing that while companies deserved profits, those profits couldn't come at the cost of millions of preventable deaths. This battle for global access to AIDS treatment would become a major focus in the years following Vancouver. Let's return to the individual level, though, because the personal stories of the Lazarus effect are where the abstract becomes real. There are countless accounts from people who experienced this transformation firsthand, and each one illuminates what the breakthrough meant on a human level. Take, for example, someone we'll call Mark. Mark was diagnosed with HIV in 1991 and by 1995 had progressed to AIDS. His CD4 count had dropped to 50, and he was suffering from recurrent pneumonia and thrush. He had quit his job because he was too sick to work. He had made a will, distributed his possessions to friends and family, and was preparing for death. His doctor had gently suggested that he might want to get his affairs in order. In early 1996, Mark's doctor enrolled him in a clinical trial for a new protease inhibitor combined with 2 NRTIs. Within weeks, Mark noticed he felt a bit better. Within months, his blood work showed dramatic improvement. His viral load had dropped from hundreds of thousands to undetectable, and his CD4 count was climbing. The opportunistic infections cleared up. He gained weight, rebuilt strength, felt like himself again for the first time in years. By 1997, Mark was essentially healthy. He wasn't cured. He still had HIV and needed to take medications every day, but he was functional, vital, alive. He needed to figure out what to do with his life now that he had one. He eventually returned to work, rebuilt his career, and went on to live for decades more. When he tells his story today, he gets emotional talking about the friends who died just months before the breakthrough, who were so close to surviving but didn't quite make it. Multiply Mark's story by hundreds of thousands, and you begin to grasp the scope of what Vancouver represented. In conference rooms and hospital wards, in clinics and homes, the story repeated itself. Dying people became living people. Despair transformed into hope. Death sentences commuted to chronic conditions. But not everyone experienced the Lazarus effect. Some patients had progressed too far for even heart to save them. Their immune systems were too damaged, their bodies too ravaged by opportunistic infections. For them, the breakthrough came too late. These deaths were particularly tragic, so close to survival, yet not quite close enough. There were also patients who couldn't tolerate the side effects of heart, or whose virus had developed resistance to the available drugs from years of less effective treatments. For them, the breakthrough was real but out of reach. They watched others recover while they continued to decline. And of course, there were the millions worldwide, predominantly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, for whom heart might as well have been on the moon. The breakthrough might have happened, but they had no access to it. Their epidemic continued unabated while wealthy countries celebrated. These inequities would become central issues in the post-Vancouver era. How could the world justify allowing effective treatments to be hoarded by the wealthy while the poor continued to die? The moral outrage that had fueled AIDS activism in wealthy countries now turned toward global access issues. Groups like Treatment Action Campaign in South Africa, Médecins Sans Frontières, and others began campaigning for affordable AIDS medications worldwide. The pharmaceutical companies that had developed these life-saving drugs faced a dilemma. They had invested millions in research and development and deserved to recoup those investments. But their patent protections were preventing generic manufacturers from producing affordable versions of the drugs, effectively sentencing millions to death. The tension between intellectual property rights and public health would become a defining battle of the late 1990s and early 2000s. Eventually, through a combination of activist pressure, international negotiations, and changing public sentiment, generic versions of AIDS medications became available at dramatically reduced costs. Programs like the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria, and the US. President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, PEPFAR, provided funding to purchase medications for developing countries. The breakthrough that had been restricted to wealthy nations slowly began reaching those who needed it most. But that's getting ahead of our story. In the immediate aftermath of Vancouver, the focus was on the transformation happening in places where heart was available. And what a transformation it was. The gay community, which had been devastated by AIDS for 15 years, experienced a kind of collective resurrection. The constant funerals slowed and then largely stopped. The memorial services that had been weekly occurrences became rare. Young men who had been sick started recovering. The community that had been in perpetual mourning began to heal. AIDS service organizations had to pivot their focus. They had been set up to help people die, providing hospice care, funeral planning, emotional support for the dying. Now they needed to help people live, managing chronic illness, returning to work, rebuilding lives. The skills needed were different, and the organizations adapted. The AIDS Memorial Quilt, which had been growing at a terrifying pace, saw its growth rate slow in places where heart was available. Fewer panels were being added because fewer people were dying. The quilt remained an important memorial, but it was no longer expanding at the rate that reflected an epidemic in full swing. Public perception of AIDS shifted as well. It was no longer seen as an automatic death sentence, which was both positive and negative. Positive because it reduced some of the fear and stigma. Negative because it led some people to become complacent about prevention, thinking that if they got infected, they could just take pills. This complacency contributed to continuing new infections, a problem that persists to this day. The face of AIDS changed demographically too. In wealthy countries, as gay men who had been infected early gained access to treatment and survived, the epidemic increasingly affected communities of colour and women who had less access to healthcare and faced different barriers to treatment. The disease didn't disappear, it shifted to affect those with less power and fewer resources. Vancouver 1996 marks a clear dividing line in the AIDS epidemic, a before and after. Before Vancouver, AIDS was synonymous with death. After Vancouver, AIDS became a chronic, manageable condition for those with access to treatment. Before Vancouver, activists were fighting for survival in the most immediate sense. After Vancouver, they were fighting for global access and long-term quality of life. The scientific achievement that Vancouver represented shouldn't be understated. HIV is a formidable virus, constantly mutating, hiding in cellular reservoirs, evading the immune system. The fact that researchers were able to understand its life cycle well enough to develop drugs that could control it is remarkable. The collaboration between basic scientists who studied the virus's structure, clinical researchers who tested treatments, and pharmaceutical companies that manufactured the drugs, all driven by activist pressure to move faster, was a testament to what's possible when society mobilizes around a health crisis. The lessons of Vancouver extend beyond AIDS. The approach of combination therapy, hitting a pathogen with multiple drugs to prevent resistance, has been applied to other conditions. The model of accelerated drug approval based on surrogate markers has been used for other diseases. The concept of patient advocacy influencing drug development has become standard. The Vancouver breakthrough wasn't just an AIDS breakthrough, it was a breakthrough in how we approach serious diseases. For those who lived through the worst years of the AIDS epidemic and survived to see Vancouver, the emotions were complex. Joy at the breakthrough mixed with grief for those who didn't make it. Relief at the possibility of survival mixed with guilt at surviving when others hadn't. Gratitude for the treatments mixed with anger that they had taken so long and were so inequitably distributed. The generation that had experienced the AIDS crisis firsthand, losing friends, attending funerals, fighting for recognition, carried scars that didn't disappear even as the treatments improved. PTSD, depression, and complicated grief affected many survivors. The Lazarus effect might have saved their bodies, but their minds and hearts bore wounds that took longer to heal. And yet, despite the complexity and the caveats, Vancouver represented a triumph. Human ingenuity, scientific rigor, activist pressure, and collective determination had combined to turn back one of the deadliest epidemics of the modern era. Not eliminate it, not cure it, but control it in ways that had seemed impossible just years before. The annual AIDS conferences that followed Vancouver continued to report progress. Drug regimens became simpler, from handfuls of pills multiple times daily to single tablets taken once daily. Side effects became more manageable. Effectiveness improved. The treatments got better even as they became more accessible. By the early 2000s, people starting heart with good adherence could expect near-normal life expectancies. A 20-year-old diagnosed with HIV could expect to live into their 60s or 70s or beyond, roughly the same as their HIV-negative peers. This was an astonishing turnaround from the early days when diagnosis meant death within a few years. Magic Johnson, whom we discussed in the last chapter, became a living example of what heart could accomplish. Diagnosed in 1991, he started on combination therapy as it became available, and has now lived with HIV for over 30 years. His continued vitality, running businesses, maintaining an active lifestyle, appearing healthy and energetic, showed that HIV didn't have to be a death sentence, or even a significant impediment to a full life. Today, with even more advanced treatments, HIV-positive individuals who achieve and maintain undetectable viral loads cannot transmit the virus sexually, a concept known as undetectable, untransmittable, or U. This has profound implications for prevention and for reducing stigma. When people understand that treated HIV is non-transmissible, it changes the conversation about risk and responsibility. But all of this, the single daily pills, the near-normal life expectancies, the UU reality, builds on the foundation laid at Vancouver in 1996. That conference marked the moment when the trajectory of the AIDS epidemic fundamentally changed, when the medical community proved that the virus could be controlled, when dying people started living again. The Vancouver miracle wasn't a religious miracle, but for those who experienced it, it might as well have been. After years in the darkness, light finally broke through. After watching countless friends die, survivors saw others recovering. After preparing for death, they prepared for life. The miracle had its limitations. It didn't reach everyone, it wasn't a cure, it came with side effects and costs, but it was a miracle nonetheless. For all those who survived because of heart, for all those who would survive in the years to come, Vancouver 1996 was the moment when hope became reality. The story of AIDS didn't end at Vancouver. The global epidemic continued and continues still. Millions have died since 1996 for lack of access to treatments that could have saved them. Stigma persists. New infections still occur. The work isn't finished. But Vancouver marked a turning point, a moment when the impossible became possible, when science triumphed over a virus that had seemed invincible, when the deaths slowed and the living began, when the AIDS epidemic transformed from uncontrolled catastrophe to manageable challenge. From those first mysterious cases in 1981 to the Vancouver breakthrough in 1996, 15 years passed. 15 years of suffering, 15 years of activism, 15 years of research. The journey from death sentence to chronic condition was long and costly, paved with bodies and tears. But in Vancouver, that journey reached a milestone that changed everything for those with access to the breakthrough. The Lazarus effect remains one of the most remarkable phenomena in modern medicine. People brought back from the brink of death by scientific innovation. Those who experienced it carry the memory of that transformation, that moment when they realized they were going to live. And they carry the memory of those who didn't make it, who died just before the breakthrough or who lacked access to it. Vancouver 1996 stands as both triumph and tragedy. Triumph for the scientific achievement and the lives saved. Tragedy for the inequities in access and the lives lost before and after, despite the breakthrough. It's a complicated legacy, like everything else in the AIDS story. But on those July days in 1996, in that conference centre in Vancouver, something shifted in the AIDS epidemic. The tide began to turn. Death loosened its grip, if only slightly, if only for some. And for those who felt that grip release, the Vancouver miracle was very real indeed. One world, one hope. The conference theme resonated because it captured both the universality of the crisis and the promise of the breakthrough. The hope that began in Vancouver would spread slowly and incompletely but inexorably, eventually reaching more and more of those who needed it. The one world part remains aspirational. Access is still inequitable. Stigma still exists. The work continues. But the hope part? That was real at Vancouver. It was data-driven, scientifically validated, medically demonstrated hope. And for an epidemic that had known so little hope for so long, that was nothing short of miraculous. From death to life, from despair to hope, from dying to thriving. That's what Vancouver meant for those who were there and for the millions who would eventually benefit from the breakthroughs announced there. The Lazarus effect, the heart revolution, the transformation of AIDS, it all started in Vancouver in the summer of 1996. And the AIDS story, rather than ending there, entered a new chapter. Not the end of the epidemic, but the beginning of the end of AIDS as automatic death sentence. A new chapter of chronic disease management, global access battles, prevention strategies, and eventually the possibility of ending AIDS altogether. But that's for future chapters. For now, rest with Vancouver, with the miracle of combination therapy, with the Lazarus effect that brought people back from death's door, with the hope that finally emerged after 15 years of darkness. The breakthrough that had been fought for, demanded, researched, and prayed for had finally arrived. AIDS would never be the same. So we've just experienced the euphoria of Vancouver, the Lazarus effect, the transformation of AIDS from death sentence to chronic condition. People who were dying started living. The impossible became possible. Science triumphed. Hope emerged from 15 years of darkness. It's a wonderful story, and if we ended here, you might walk away feeling pretty good about human ingenuity and our ability to conquer disease. But we can't end here, because there's another part of the AIDS story that's far less triumphant and far more troubling. While wealthy countries were celebrating heart and people with HIV were planning futures they hadn't dared imagine, an entire continent was being decimated by the same virus, with no access to the same miracle drugs. This is the story of AIDS in sub-Saharan Africa, a catastrophe of almost incomprehensible proportions, and the long, bitter fight to get life-saving medications to the people who needed them most. Let's start with the numbers, because sometimes statistics, as cold as they are, tell the story most starkly. By the late 1990s, while AIDS deaths were plummeting in North America and Western Europe thanks to heart, sub-Saharan Africa was experiencing what can only be described as a pandemic apocalypse. Approximately 70% of all people living with HIV worldwide were in Africa, specifically in the region south of the Sahara Desert. We're talking about over 20 million people infected with HIV in a region that was home to only about 10% of the world's population. The prevalence rates in some countries were staggering. In Botswana, Zimbabwe and Swaziland, more than a quarter of the adult population was HIV positive, 1 in 4 adults. Imagine a disease affecting 1 in 4 of everyone you know. The death toll was catastrophic. By the early 2000s, AIDS was killing about 2 million people per year in sub-Saharan Africa alone. 2 million. That's roughly 500 deaths every single day. Entire generations were being wiped out. Life expectancy in countries like Botswana dropped from 65 years to 35 years, a reversal of decades of development progress. Parents were dying and leaving behind orphans. Teachers were dying, leaving schools without educators. Healthcare workers were dying, leaving hospitals without staff. Farmers were dying, leaving fields untended. The social fabric of entire nations was being torn apart. And here's the cruel irony that made this catastrophe even more enraging. Effective treatment existed. Heart could have saved these lives just as it was saving lives in San Francisco and London and Sydney. The drugs were there. The science was proven. The protocol was established. But the drugs cost $10,000 to $15,000 per patient per year, and the average annual income in many African countries was a few $100s. The medications might as well have been on Mars for all the good they did people who couldn't afford them. This wasn't just a matter of individual poverty. Entire national healthcare budgets in African countries were insufficient to provide heart for their populations. A country might have a healthcare budget of $10 per person per year for all healthcare needs, not just HIV. You can't buy $10,000 medications on a $10 budget. The math was impossible. People were dying not because the cure didn't exist, but because they were born in the wrong place. It was a death sentence not by disease alone, but by geography and economics. Western pharmaceutical companies held patents on the antiretroviral drugs, which meant that generic manufacturers couldn't legally produce cheaper versions. Patent protection is supposed to incentivize innovation by allowing companies to recoup their research investments. And there's legitimate economic logic to that. Drug development is expensive, and if companies can't make money on successful drugs, they won't invest in research. But when those patent protections mean that millions of people die from a treatable disease, the moral calculus becomes very different. The pharmaceutical industry's position was that they had invested billions in developing these drugs and deserved to profit from their innovation. They argued that weakening patent protections would discourage future research. Some companies offered discounted prices for developing countries, but even discounted prices were often unaffordable. A drug that cost $10,000 in the US might be offered for $1,000 in Africa, which sounds like a generous 90% discount until you realize that $1,000 was still more than most people could afford, and certainly more than national healthcare systems could budget. AIDS activists, who had already proven their effectiveness in wealthy countries, began turning their attention to global access. Groups like Treatment Action Campaign in South Africa, founded by Zaki Ahmat and others, fought for access to AIDS medications. They argued that patents shouldn't be a death sentence, that the right to health trumped intellectual property rights when millions of lives were at stake. One of the most dramatic confrontations came in South Africa in 2001. The South African government, under President Thabo Mbeki, had been controversial in its AIDS response. Mbeki had questioned whether HIV actually caused AIDS, aligning himself with fringe scientists who disputed the mainstream scientific consensus. This AIDS denialism had devastating consequences, as it delayed the government's response to the epidemic and promoted skepticism about antiretroviral treatment. However, the South African government did attempt to import or produce generic versions of AIDS medications to make them more affordable. This brought them into direct conflict with major pharmaceutical companies who sued the South African government, arguing that generics violated their patents. The lawsuit, brought by 39 pharmaceutical companies against the government of South Africa, became a lightning rod for global activism. The optics were terrible for the pharmaceutical industry. Here they were, some of the wealthiest corporations in the world, suing one of the poorest continents on Earth to prevent them from accessing life-saving medications. It looked like exactly what it was: profit over people, corporate greed over human lives. Activists organized protests outside pharmaceutical company headquarters worldwide. They held die-ins in corporate lobbies. They generated media coverage that highlighted the moral bankruptcy of the lawsuit. The pressure worked. In April 2001, the pharmaceutical companies withdrew their lawsuit, citing a desire to clear away distractions. It was a stunning victory for global health activists and a turning point in the fight for medication access. The withdrawal opened the door for South Africa and other countries to pursue generic medications more freely. Generic manufacturers, primarily in India, Brazil, and Thailand, stepped into the breach. India, in particular, had pharmaceutical laws that allowed for the production of generic drugs. and Indian companies began producing antiretroviral medications at a fraction of brand name prices. What cost $10,000 from Western pharmaceutical companies could be produced for less than $1,000 and eventually for less than $300 per patient per year. The economics that had made treatment impossible suddenly became possible. The creation of the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis and malaria in 2002 was another crucial development. The Global Fund was established as a financing mechanism to channel resources to countries fighting these three diseases. Wealthy nations contributed to the fund, and it distributed money to programs in developing countries for prevention, treatment, and support services. The Global Fund became one of the primary sources of funding for AIDS treatment in Africa, purchasing generic medications and supporting healthcare infrastructure. Then came PEPFAR, the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, announced by President George W. Bush in his 2003 State of the Union address. Bush, who was not exactly known for progressive social policies, surprised many by committing $15 billion over 5 years to fight AIDS globally, primarily in Africa. It was the largest commitment by any nation to fight a single disease, and it represented a remarkable shift in US policy toward global AIDS. Bush's motivations were mixed and have been debated by historians. Some credit his evangelical Christian faith, which emphasized compassion for the suffering. Others point to the influence of specific advisors who convinced him that fighting AIDS was both morally right and strategically smart. Whatever the motivations, PEPFAR transformed the global AIDS response. Millions of people in Africa and other developing regions gained access to antiretroviral treatment through PEPFAR funding. However, PEPFAR wasn't without controversy. Early versions of the program had strings attached that reflected conservative values. It required that 1/3 of prevention funding go toward abstinence-only programs, which many public health experts argued were ineffective and even counterproductive.